Good num num morning. We're at it again. We're on the 5th session now of this blinking game, and we're still like what, on chapter 4, and I don't even think we're going to make much progress in it because we're doing the DLC dungeon today. Off screen, I said I'd go clean up side quests, and that is effectively what I've done. All I've left are the build stuff because we don't have the resources for it. Speaking of building stuff and not having the resources for it, workroom. We need a glass sheet. I'm not 100% certain where that is yet. Okay, can I ether it? I don't know if I can. I don't think we can. So at some point we need to try and track down where on earth that is. Actually, I'd say it would probably be dropped on like a demon or something, knowing our luck. But we can't advance the plot until we build it, so we have to find it eventually. Oh, there's a new variant of the airthrow we can go out and find, I guess. Maybe that will drop it. In fact, you can actually already see on the thing that it doesn't. You still haven't dropped what we need. Or anything, even. You might have some resources we need in Shio's Hardscape. Ooh. Yeah, there's a few unique enemies we need to go track down and fight just to try and see. But we can't until... Gee, yeah, you're early, dude. Hey, dude. I'm good. We literally just started. We're going to be focusing mostly on the DLC dungeon because it's a level 25 level requirement, and, well, we're level 25, so whilst we're at the level for it, we should do it. And hopefully along the way, we will find the resources to make the steel thing so we can make the telescope and advance the main plot, but we'll see how that goes. Yeah, because it's not in any of these, at least from what I can tell. So let's go visit the DLC dungeon. It's in my pinned, but I will get back to this game soon. But it's like I want to start Castlevania Symphony of the Night. I've been like saying that all week, but I've just been waiting until like, you know, it was all good and everything. So if you can just stop by. Well, I appreciate it, dude. So it'll be Castlevania next week because I'm taking tomorrow off. But then the Genshin update, I can't remember if it's on Tuesday or Wednesday, but it's on one of those two, so we'll be covering that. I don't know if I'll stream Symphony of the Night until I finish it, like, and then get back to this, or alternate between the two. But either way, it might be a few days before we do more of this. So it's like, let's just see how far we can get in this one. Off screen, where I've been doing the side quests though, I noticed that one of the fragments I got, that I've now got on the main character, makes it on Tuesday. Okay, it makes it so I've forgotten. The main character we play as, Jesus. It'd be good if I could remember the name of the character I play. She starts at 2 instead of 1, so she can start on 2 attacks instead of 1. Yeah, I'm excited for it too. I'm always excited for the new updates. I just realised the music's different. The music's more reminiscent of Ryza, which makes sense because we're in the Ryza dungeon, but that's kind of cool. It's super Ryza. Oh my god. I wonder if it's straight up a Ryza track. It sounds reminiscent, but I'm not 100% certain if it is. I'm excited for Yellen. Yellen is she's intended to be on go on the main team. Like for Genshin, I've been umming and ahhing it for a very long time. That as much as I enjoy Mona, she's just like not got a place on my team really that much anymore, and I want to try something different. So I was like, okay, if I'm going to replace the water member of my team, I'll probably replace him with another water member because that's just what I'm like. I like to try and keep it so similar or like nearish to it. And Yellen just looks like she ticks all the boxes I need, and I've got all the artifacts and resources set up, so I just need to get her, which I should be fine because I'm on pity, on hard pity even. Because the last time I rolled the main thing, I got like I think I got a Cushing. So like I know I'm on main, like I'm I'm gonna get her sort of thing. It's just, you know, how many I get of her. And if I can get a weapon, if that would be nice. Well, yeah, it's so bad, but I miss out Zhao every time. The thing is, it's not because I don't want him, but I've ended up deliberately missing Zhao every time. Because every time he's got a run or rerun, it's because there's a character, like, right next to him I want more. And it's the same this time. Even on his very first run, I was like, wow, Zhao looks amazing. Oh, Hu Tao, though. And now Hu Tao's like was like almost team leader until I got Eula. Last character I got was Ganyu, so I have to pray for this 50-50. Yeah, I have faith, my dude. Good luck. Yeah, it was when I was I ended up not even using her because I thought she was a little underwhelming. But it's when I was rolling for Ye Miku. I got Ye Miku once, tried to get her again, got a Cushing, and I went, you know what? I know what my luck is. I'm just gonna leave it at this, and save my gems for whatever comes next that I might want. I think it means I'm on the worst times. Yeah, they have a habit of doing that. The only luxury I have is if they ever re-roll Zhao, and it's like with the Raiden Shogun. Raiden Shogun is the only 5-star character I have at max constellation because I just got idiotically lucky. And I mean, like, idiotically lucky to get her maxed out. Which is why she's on my main team. But it's like, so if she rolls with Raiden Shogun, it's fine. Because even if I use Raiden, it doesn't matter. I've already got her maxed. And I'm not that fussed about trying to, you know, get the weapon multiple times. And, like, I don't know, I've just never been that fussed about that. Yeah, I've got Eula on, I think she's on Constellation 2. I think Hu Tao's on C3. And Mona was on C4, but it's like, so I plan on swapping her off. But Mona, it's because, you know, she's one of the standard 5 stars, so of course I built her up eventually. Lose pity to her, fair enough. The one I lose pity to the most is Chi-Chi. I know it's like the meme that you always get Chi-Chi, but it genuinely was like, I think Chi-Chi is on like C5, and everyone else is on like C2, or, you know, said Mona I got kind of lucky and she's on C4. Oh, okay, there's a path or something here. How is everyone? A lot of Chi-Chi's overhated. I think Chi-Chi's actually, like, she's a very, like, strong, dedicated healer. But the fact that her, like, you can attack an enemy to, like, put a sigil on them, and if anyone else hits the sigil, they get healing. She can be extremely helpful, especially in the Spiral Abyss. To just, like, quickly swap to her, hold the attack button so you do her charged attack. The charged attack will put a sigil on an enemy, and then swap to the teammate you're struggling with, like, low on health, and have them whack to get some health back. Especially if you've got, like, all the healing boosts on. Like, she's a great medic for just kind of... You don't have to worry about Chi-Chi too much. You just swap her in, leave the mark, get her out kind of thing. And then everyone else can get some healing. Although for collection purposes. Yeah, if I had money, I would love to do that for every single character, try and get everyone. But unfortunately, I have to be reasonable. I've got every base character, though. And that's good enough for me. Like, every single launch character from 1.0, I have. And I think I still have every single 4-star. I don't think there's a 4-star I've missed yet. It's just the 5 stars I've long since like thrown in the towel on. Oh, this music's so nice. Like the 5 stars I have, I don't use her. The only time I used her was for resource collection because she highlights them on the map back in the early days of the game. Was Klee's very first banner back in 1.0, where I was still learning how everything worked, and no one really knew how Genshin worked at all at that point yet. I got Klee then by accident. Because it was just me kind of messing around and rolling what I had, and I just ended up with a Klee. I was like, oh, okay. I held off. As much as people were super excited for Zhongli, I held off because I was like, no. I've heard these murmurs of a cheeky prankster, like fiery chick on the horizon. I'm gonna wait and see what that becomes. That ended up being Hu Tao in 1.3. It was hard holding off on Ganyu though, especially after you do Ganyu story quest in 1.2. Like that one, I was like, oh, I wanted her. I still don't have her. I never got her in any of the reruns, but I was like, oh. And then obviously I said Zhao, I ended up skipping because I wanted Hu Tao. 1.4 was only Rosaria, and I ended up not getting Rosaria until like many updates later. I'm mad I didn't play... I'm so mad since I was a day one player and didn't really know anything and ignored Venti. Yeah, and Venti, when was his last rerun? It wasn't horrendously long ago, but it was a while ago, wasn't it? Because I know he got the Wimbledon Festival with 1.4, but I honestly, like, if it's a rerun for a character I'm not that fussed by, it kind of leaves my mind. Like, it was when it was the earlier updates that I could tell you all of them. Like, I could tell you all of them and be like, oh yeah, this update was this character, this update was that character. But around, I want to say, like, 2.3, I started losing track a little. I just don't need him anymore because Kazuha. Yeah, Kazuha, I don't have Kazuha, but anytime he pops up in, like, you know, like one of the guest characters that you can just chuck on an event, I tend to add him because he's always a really good character to have. And the builds they give him in, like, the default presets are usually nice enough to really serve my team well. Maybe on his next rerun I might debate getting him, because it's murmured that he's going to get one in 2.8 just to kind of round out the 2-point series. Oh, let me read this. I feel like I'm stuck. If only I knew just a little bit more about alchemy, and just a little bit more experience. I know I made a pretty big promise to everyone, but I guess it's easier said than done. But by alchemy, do they mean... Yeah, he's a great team player. Because there's some characters that are like dedicated team characters, but because they're so dedicated, it's like they end up almost losing some of their usability. Because you know if they're stuck on their own, they're screwed. Like, kind of like Kokomi. Kokomi is the epitome of that. She's a great team player, but if she's on her own, oh my god, I hope you've got a really specific build on her, or else you're in trouble. Whilst Kazuha, he's actually pretty good on his own, and he's a great team player. So it's like, he's just really fun. But like, yeah, the 5 stars I have, so I never got back to that. Yeah, Goro's kind of cool. Yoon Jin, I thought was pretty good as well. I think that was her name. I might be misremembering, but I'm pretty sure that was her name. But it's like the 5 stars I have, I got Klee on accident. Hu Tao, and then I waited till Eula, and said Eula is my team leader now, and she has been since the day I got her. She was, like, the right set on her, the right systems, she is so strong. And Goro to be so much more than just a Geo support. Fair enough. Fair enough, dude. I remember being pretty excited for Goro, and that kind of vanished after he came out, so I was like, okay, clearly he wasn't the best. But then, like, the thing is, around the time Eula came out, I told myself that no matter what it is, and thankfully it worked out, at least for me. After 1.5, I told myself no matter what it was, when it ended up being, the next character I'd roll for would be whoever the Electro Archon ended up being. I literally just made that promise to myself. It's like, I need a new Electro character because Fischl was starting to fall behind, because I used to have Fischl on my team. When the Electro Archon comes around, I will just roll for whoever that ends up being. And this was, like I said, this was like just touching 1.5, so we didn't know about the Raiden Shogun, we didn't know what she looked like or how she was going to be, we didn't know what a gameplay style was, we didn't know anything, and I just made that commitment, and I stuck to it, and I said, oh no, she's not everyone's cup of tea, because you kind of need a C2 to make her kick ass. I have her at C6, so she kicks ass, and so she's just my ultimate, like, nuke the screen character. I just set her up at the start, have everyone else do their business, and if that bar fills up before the enemy's dead, well, they sure as shit will be. You know? Like, they sure as shit will be. And the thing is, the reason why I didn't, like, pull for any characters in between and can, like, hold off like that is because Genshin wasn't my first gacha. So I'd already kind of been through that, learning the dangers of impulse, learning the dangers of gambling and getting too into it and whatnot. Because Data Live, a franchise I hold very near and dear to my heart, had a mobile game that was a gacha. And to be fair, I really enjoyed it at first. But that was like my first exposure to gacha. So by the time I came on to Genshin, I was older, more mature, more understanding of how the systems work and how they get the money out of you. So I found it very easy. Like, if I wanted to wait for a character, I don't, like, get tempted, like you see people make comments on online. If I want to wait for a character, I'll fucking wait for a character. Like I said, I had from 1.5 to 2.1 just waiting for the Raiden Shogun. Because I wanted a new electric character, and I was like, yeah, I'll just wait for the Electro Archon. I was tempted to wait for Yaemiko instead, but I'm glad I ended up committing to my original plan to go with the Raiden Shogun, just because I vastly prefer her over Yaemiko. I came from Grand Blue and laughed at how many people were complaining about artifact grinding. yeah, I've heard that one. That one's a little rough. To be fair though, like it's a mixed bag though, because it's like, yeah, Genshin's artifact grinding and like loot and gamble systems in place aren't as bad as a lot of other games, but at the same time, there's still a lot of room for improvement. So it's like there's a middle ground where it's like, yeah, the artifact grinding's boring as hell, and there are absolutely worse things, but it doesn't change the fact that there are little bones they could be throwing us that they're choosing not to. The biggest one being, make it so you can reset artifacts back to 0 to re-roll what substats get boosted when you level them up. That would literally, you'd still keep the artifact grinding because you need, you know, the good set of substats to even start with, but then it's not attack percentage, crit rate, crit damage, and defense, and you just get defense 5 times, and then you've just wasted your time and wasted your resources. You can just use something and try again and get something else. You know, like, they can still keep the artifact system, because obviously the reason why they have this system is because if they had it where you could just get whatever you want, there would be no challenge in the game anymore. Everyone would get exactly what they want, end of. So of course they have to have something to restrict it, so I get that. It's just, you can still throw the odd bone. And I think, like, a gacha game called Epic 7 tried that with Reforging, but instead it resets stats and ups the level. Ugh. So if you get a bad roll, then you wasted everything. Yeah, that sounds kind of counterproductive, if I'm honest. That, yeah, ugh. No, the only 2 gachas I've ever played is Data Life Spirit Pledge and then Genshin. If Zenless Zone Zero, Holoverse's next game, also ends up being a gacha, I'll probably pick that up and make that my 3rd. But I wouldn't be surprised if it's not, because of how much money they make off Honkai and Genshin. Sort of like how League, they get all their money from League of Legends, so everything surrounding it's a lot more straightforward, because they know they don't need to put all these extra features and trinkets on to get more money out of you. At least I hope so. It's supposed to be a roguelike RPG, and I'm like, if it's... don't make it a gacha if it's a roguelike, you know? Come on. Because, especially with Zenless, like, if it is a, like, fully fledged roguelike, it's going to be compared to other highly successful roguelikes like Hades and Returnal. I've never actually played Honkai. I want to. It looks phenomenal from everything I've seen on it. It's just like, I've already got enough on my plate. I was like, do I really want to pick up another gacha? You know? Its combat style looks amazing, though. Like, every time I see any combat videos for it, I'm like, okay, that game looks snappy as hell. And I know why Genshin isn't that as snappy. It's because they have to make it more available for the resource management with the open world stuff. Coming into the game now makes it kind of hard for new players. Was it that packed? Because that was the reason why I ended up leaving Data Life Spirit Pledge. Because almost every system update that got added a new thing you had to worry about to boost your stats. Like when it first came out, it was just your level. Then they added your spirit rank, which was like, your spirit rank was essentially similar to constellations in Genshin. It was, if you re-rolled the same character, you would get spirit points. Worth mentioning though, you'd get 60 spirit points, and it costed 120 to level up their spirit rank. So you had to re-roll them twice if you wanted to actually improve them. So if you re-rolled them once, you essentially had a worthless copy of your character. Yeah, I'm super... Genshin's actually... They tried to keep it simple, and I genuinely think it's the best thing for it. It's a challenge, yeah. I think it's the best thing for it, that they, for the most part, keep it simple. They never get too complicated. How you build your character in 1.1 and 1.0 is how you build your character now in 2.6 pushing 2.7. Like, nothing's changed. There are some little things that, like, cleaned up, but the actual core of it is stayed the same. I mean, it's like they had the spirit rank and spirit pledge, but then afterwards they added, I think it's called like a heart piece, and it was like the most treasured artifact for a character, and it's like, it affected different characters in different ways. So if it was like an item that was specifically for Toka, if you gave it to Origami, it wouldn't boost her stats anywhere near as much. So if you're an Origami main and you get that item, it's kind of worthless because you're not using Toka anyway. That sort of thing. And then they added armor sets, so you had to worry about 3 more things. And then they added fragments, which was another thing to worry about. And it was around the time they added fragments that I dipped, because I was like, I'm good. It's just every update, it felt like there was another thing you had to worry about boosting your stats. And what didn't help is that all the endgame challenges, all the new endgame challenges they added, expected you to bother with all of that stuff. So my characters that were god level, because I had this... And it's still a sick as fuck design. It's my favourite design of Kurumi, and if you've been on this channel for a little while, Kurumi's like one of my all-time favourite characters. there was this sick as hell design of Kurumi, and the lore behind it was she died, went to hell, beat up Satan, and got her life back and stole its power. So she comes back and she's got like this real satanic costume to her, like she has like this blood magic, and she's like sick as fuck. And she was god tier when she came out. I actually had a maxed out spirit, like the equivalent of C6. I had like the best artifacts on her, I had the best armor sets on her, and she demolished absolutely everything. Like the average power level of enemies was like 1600, and she was rocking like 6000 attack points. Like she was literally one-shotting bosses. I'd go into co-op matches, and like other players were just supporting me and letting me kick ass because they knew I had the fucking champion here, you know? It was fucking amazing. I wish I could remember, I think it was called Scarlet Nightmare Kurumi. I think was what she was called, but she was sick as fuck. But when they added the fragment system, she plummeted. Because the fragments required so much grind work and so much money you had to spend to get into it, that suddenly I wasn't interested. And I was like, I could spend the time to get the fragments to make her so she still stands and whatnot. Or I could roll for the new fragments, and it's like, but I've already got everything else and spent so much time on it. And this was also around the same time Genshin came out, so I literally had 2 gachas on the go. I had to value my money a little bit, and I was like, okay. And so I had to just kind of take the moment and step away for a bit. They are making a new version of Spirit Pledge, and I've heard that they're like radically reworking the entire game to make it more approachable. So maybe when that comes out, I'll give that a go. Because they're literally doing like a pre-registration of it. It's literally called Spirit Pledge HD. But they're doing a complete reworking of everything, restructuring it all, radically changing like some of the mode systems and gameplay mechanics, and genuinely like completely overhauling it, like a full-on 2.0. And apparently they're trying to make it more approachable. And they're apparently, if it does well, planning to put it on consoles. And I think I probably won't pick up the mobile version of Spirit Pledge HD, because I'm kind of done with it. But if it ends up circling around the console, I'd probably give it another shot. Because it'd be more controlled, you know. When it's on your phone, it's too easy to just tap the screen or whatever. I will miss, though, that outside of combat, you could tap your character and they'd respond to you. And if you spent more time with them, their responses would get slightly different. So, like, at the start, like, if you tap, because I had Kurumi all the time, if I tapped Kurumi's head, she'd like, well, are you trying me or something? Like, she'd get kind of feisty. But by the end of it, like, you tap her head, she'd blush a little. It's just like, it's like this little shit like that I'll miss if it comes to console, because obviously you won't be able to just tap her head. I've got to look it up now, like, so I'll drop a link to the image in the chat. Give me a second. Of Scarlet Nightmare Kurumi. I think it was called Scarlet Nightmare. Yes, okay. Let me fire a link into chat and you can see for yourself what you mean. I'm biased because Kurumi's my all-time favourite character, and I don't say that lightly. Yeah. No, don't say that. Like, she's genuinely like one of my all-time favourites. I adore Kurumi. I have a small statue of her in my room. And so I'm biased, but it's like evil gothic time witch defeated Satan and stole his powers. Kurumi, it's like, I just saw that and I was like, I'm getting it. It's like, before any of her skills were shown off or anything, I was like, no, I'm getting her. She looks cool. Anyways, back to the story. Okay, but that looks sick as hell. Yeah, right? Just when I was feeling stuck, Tao asked me something. Right? Because Spirit Pledge is a 2.5D action hack and slash. Or it's like more of a beat 'em up. Think of like Scott Pilgrim vs. the World or River City Girls. That style of game. Like, I can't remember the exact genre name. I think it's like 2D beat 'em up or something like that. But it's that style. But obviously you just buff your characters and get superpowers and all that stuff. And you'd go in with like a party of 3 and you'd alternate between the 3. And like my party of 3 literally, it had Inverse Toka, which was like the devil version of the main girl Toka. Then I had Scarlet Nightmare Kurumi. And then I had, I think it was... Ooh, I can't actually remember who I had last. Because I think they were my main 2. They did everything. Because Inverse Toka is like the very slow, brawny character that hits like a truck. so she was just good for single targets, while Scarlet Nightmare was an absolute shenanigan monster with blood magic. Like, she had, I think I had a healer in my third one, because almost all of Scarlet Nightmare Kurumi's skills, like, because it's blood magic, she would, like, strip her own health away to rip the opponent apart. I think it is a really fun game. It was just what let it down, in my opinion, was the overdoneness of all the extra spend money to roll for things mechanics. Like, rolling for characters should be enough. I mean, it worked just fine for Genshin, you know? I know Genshin's a far bigger deal, but you know what I mean, like... But no, there's just almost every update, there was another thing you had to spend money and roll for to make your character stronger, and all the endgame content made sure you needed it to progress. I know gachas have come a long way since then, but it did feel like it became... Yeah, good games always ruin themselves by adding too much. Yeah, that's what it was. And then it was really gutting, because I'm a huge Data Life fan. The only reason I haven't watched Season 4 yet is because I'm waiting for every episode to drop first. Yeah, especially gachas. It's like, once every episode of Season 4 has dropped, I'm going to marathon them, but until then, I'm holding off. Yeah, I don't... Since the last real big change, where they made it so on floor 12 to second half, you fight all three of, like, the main Abyss, Lecter, Heralds, whatever you call them, I've stopped enjoying the Spiral Abyss outright, because that one fucking fight makes me miserable. It's such a pain in the ass. Like, I used to pretty consistently, completely, like, max star finish it, and it's like every time I do that fight, I barely scrape through a 1 star, and I have to get lucky, because sometimes all three of them attack at the same time and just one-shot a character I really need to survive the whole thing. And so it's like, the last 2 cycles of it, I've just not bothered. I've done 11-3, and when it says, do you want to go to floor 12? I've gone, nah, I'm good. And I've just come away, because I have no interest. They stripped the fun from the Spiral Abyss because of that one stupid goddamn fight. Like, I know how to deal with it, but it shouldn't take me 10 tries to do it, and having to do that fight in the first half every single time, which is just such a time waste. Like, I'm just, until they change it, get rid of it. And I think there's so many, like, I know, like, especially as a development team, that where English isn't your first language, the English audience in any game tend to be the loudest, because, you know, we Westerners are never happy. But there's so many goddamn suggestions that the community have brought up that would genuinely make the Spiral Abyss more manageable for people. And the big one is, just for goodness sake, add more gimmicky floors. Make it so, like, you get to 12-3, and, like, from start to 12-3, it's the same sort of difficulty we know, with just a few things rearranged here and there. But then add a 13th, 14th, and 15th, which are deliberately designed to be the extra challenge, and it's like right at the door they are intended to be those extremes. Instead of what it has been, which is floor 12 has progressively just got worse and worse and worse and worse throughout the game's lifespan. Yeah, and I don't even like the monument. Like, the time limit, at least you're like, okay, let's do it. Sometimes the monument, and like an enemy will throw like a stray Molotov, and it will just linger forever on the thing. So even when you're killing all the enemies, it's just ticking down the percentage, so you get less stars. Like, just make 13, 14, 15, like, make that a thing and have that be different. It'd be an excuse to, like, make more abyssal scenery as well, because that's one of the things I like about floor 12, is that the scenery around you looks a lot grimmer. Like, Genshin has so many mechanics with invisible dashes, animation cancels, why not have floors that make use of that? Yeah, exactly. Or straight up, you know, mix it up a little. Have a puzzle floor. How you walk into a room, and it's, I know it'd be more pressure on the devs to keep up with it, but make it every time it cycles around, there's this one room that doesn't actually have any enemies, it's just a big puzzle box, and you have to solve it. And it's just a new puzzle every moon cycle where the abyss resets, so it's just something to break up the paces. The other one is, I have no idea why Labyrinth Warrior isn't a main mode. Like, it's right goddamn there. Randomly generated dungeon crawling. Literally, just make it like 2 or 3 set dungeons, and then every month reset them. It's right goddamn there, guys. You had it. Why did you make it a timed event? That's literally perfect endgame content. Why did you make it timed? Look, there's like 3 events I can think of that I genuinely think would be in the team's best interest to make actual main endgame content. Because right now, the only actual endgame content is the Spiral Abyss. Everything else is timed and limited. And so ultimately doesn't matter. The domain creator. Yeah, I'd never messed with the domain creator, but I did hear that it was kind of restrictive. But I'm prepared to throw them a bone on that for the reason of it was their first like real attempt with it. So it's like if it gets rerun, maybe they'll expand on it and do more. But it's like, yeah, domain creator should be endgame content. Labyrinth Warrior should be like standard endgame content. The not prop hunt. What was it called? Windbloom? I think it's called Windbloom. Wind Trace, sorry. No, it was Wind Trace. It's Kaiser, but mid Kaiser level is restricted, but still really fun. I'm glad. I just kind of did the necessities to get my Prima Gems and then left. But it's like, yeah, make Wind Trace standard endgame, and all you need to do is just make them so they rotate rewards. Like what maybe like for Wind Trace, you'd have to make it even. You can make it even easier. You could just make it like play a game a day, and you get like a small sum of like rewards for Prima Gems. Just something, you know, it doesn't even have to be much, just like a little extra. But it's like the fact that because like at some point, it'll be years from now, don't get me wrong, I mean years upon years, because they've got that whole 10-year plan with it, but there will be a point when Genshin isn't the main game Holoverse is focusing on anymore. And there will be a point where it won't get updates as much, if it gets updates at all, and there will be a point where there will be no events. When that all ends, the standard experience from start to finish will all be all that's left. And what's the only end game we have? The Spiral Abyss. That's it. That will be all there is. Make your house if you want, and the Spiral Abyss, and then you call it a night. And that's just tragic to me. I'm like, that's such a waste to have such a big game with so much content, so much shit to do, that once you reach the end of it, your only extra thing to come back to is the Spiral Abyss. But the only thing I care about more than anything else is the story, because the lore of Genshin is very sick. Yeah, I love the lore more than like the in-your-face cutscene narrative, if I'm honest. Like the stuff you learn in the background, especially with Inazuma, like, oh god, that's like the epitome of what I meant. Like the main Archon story, I thought was good in places, but it was just alright. The lore of each island, however, was godlike. Learning more things, bouncing off the community, finding little stories, learning more about each island, what makes them tick, what their history is, how goddamn tragic every single goddamn island of Inazuma is. Like, some of them are genuinely miserable. But it's like, it was so fascinating and so fun to just explore and learn more and like bounce off the community, and like some other person found some other like really niche little secret, and then we'd add it to the collection, eventually build the narrative. Yeah, Act 3 of the Archon story felt rushed to hell, and it annoyed me that they rushed it so much. It felt like it should have been 4 acts. It felt like the whole of Act 3 should have been building up the resistance and all that stuff. Then Act 4 was when you pushed for like an actual Inazuma to try and get back at Raiden and do all that stuff with Game Miku. But because they both happened in the same act, like it felt like, even if it was like one of the longest Archon quests in the game, it still felt like it was missing stuff. I've got a message from Mum. And it's like I think that's why, like, I don't know if you remember it, around like 2.1 and early 2.2, there was a huge burnout for a lot of players around Genshin, and I think thankfully, at least in my opinion, they kind of picked it up. But a lot of it was just because the main story quest a lot of people found disappointing. Ryan Shogun's first quest was charming, but it didn't work considering everything that had just happened. You can't suddenly then do the kooky, out of touch character that they tried to do. Like, it wasn't serious enough, and it really needed to be. But I still liked some of it. Kokomi's story quest kind of bored the crap out of me. Like, I really wasn't invested. You could see what was going on a mile away, and all it really served to do was to screw over Kujo Sara yet again, because she couldn't catch a goddamn break. Like, 2.1 was like out for her blood, it felt like. And no matter what happens, the best story quest is the ones with Dane. Yes! No, if it's, I get trying to redeem IMA even, I think they could have done it different though. I think they could have just, instead of trying to like outright redeem her and make her kind of a kooky, like out of place kind of character, they could have made it a lot more serious and dark, and like have her have to like directly face the repercussions of her actions, sort of thing. like make it like almost like a trial by fire, that she has like because although like she was different from her mechanical self that did all the orders and whatnot, there was still a lot of damage done by the Raiden Shogun, and people, you know, died because of her orders. People went to war, fought and died. Entire islands collapsed into misery and despair. The entire island that like that outer camp that Goro looks after, there's a village near it that's like a complete ghost town because of the events that happened with Raiden Shogun. Like, she was a literal war monster. The fact that they didn't, you know, directly acknowledge or challenge that in any way in her story quest was so, like, baffling. It was like almost like a mood whiplash. I wanted it to be dark as hell. I wanted it to be people that were genuinely so angry that they didn't care that she was God. They would try and attack her or something like that. And you'd have to try and almost see it more from the like different perspectives and watch her have to come to terms with, even though it wasn't technically her to the fullest extent, her ignorance of the matter caused more harm than she could have ever realized, and having to, you know, like, she'd have to come to grips with that, have to find a way forward and, you know, make it based on that. Because I think her second Archon quest they did later on was far better, because it actually went into her godhood and her history more, but it was just like there was an opportunity there to put some kind of uncomfortable topics in your face and do it well, and they just chose to make it a take the cute girl on a date adventure instead. And yeah, and Kokomi annoyed me because, like, I already wasn't keen on the fact they changed her voice direction from, like, actually sounding like a normal girl to whatever the pipsqueak voice they've given her now. I said, it's not the actress's fault, it's the voice direction. They just changed it for her for some ungodly reason. And, like, it's the exact same with Coroner with Paimon, and when you listen to Paimon in 1.0 to listen to Paimon now, it's like, why did the voice direction change to make her far squeakier? Did I think this is cute? It's not, it's annoying. The direction of an Archon has come to terms with leaving everything behind. Like, why not have her come to terms with the fact that what's happening to her hometown is just like Kanria? See, the voice direction on Barb made me cry. Yeah, didn't they change it in like 1.3? Like, they literally changed all of her lines to make her sound a little bit more calmer, like a little bit more calmer, a little bit more controlled. And so it's not "Go Barbara, go." It's a little bit more like "Go Barbara, go." And you're like, oh, it's not the same. But then apparently, because it was the actress that spoke up about it, because a lot of people attacked the actress, which is disgusting. It's a shame that happened, but a lot of people went after the actress for doing it, and she spoke up on it. It's like, no, all of those like more like calmed and controlled voice lines, she did them first. The more peppy ones she did later, so it was less that she re-recorded them, or like they re-recorded them. It's more that the devs looked at the two audio files and decided at 1.3 to switch over to the other one. You know, like it was completely the director's decision to change it over to the quieter, more subdued version of Barbara. And I get it, because her hangout event betrayed her as more of a shy character than a bouncy, like, I'm trying to think what the word is, like singing model, idol. That's what I was looking for. Like, they portrayed her as a little bit more shy, so making her voice line slightly more quiet, so it makes sense. It's just, it's still like, you had the peppy ones and people were used to it for like the first 18 weeks of the game. Why didn't move away? But it's like, yeah, I said Paimon, I said, it's no, I never mean any offense to any of the actors or actresses when I say this, and I can only speak for the English cast. But I don't like the direction of Paimon's voice at all, and I didn't like what they changed with Kokomi. Like, Kokomi sounded like a young leader in 2.0. She sounded like a pre-overworked teen in 2.1. And I was like, no, she's the goddamn leader of the army directly challenging the Empire. She's literally the leader of the rebel forces against Darth Vader. Like that sort of thing, you know? Like, she's literally the Princess Leia of the situation. Make her more of a fucking war general. Yeah. Yes, it's not Coroner's fault at all. It's just a shame. But the thing is, Coroner's also said that the new voice direction is more comfortable for her throat than the one she did for 2.0. I remember getting whiplash when I heard Kokomi's voice recently, since like my friend has her. Yeah, it's like you go from the thing. It's more apparent when you like are going through the story naturally. You go through 2. Like if you do go straight from 2.0 to 2.1, you literally go from the end of Act 2, where the last few lines are said by Kokomi, and she's talking in, you know, a better voice. So then the very next time you talk to her, she suddenly jumps up 10 decibels. I mean, the great sorcery behind all man's knowledge. You think that could be referring to alchemy? It's possible, which is why I asked you to... Oh, Tal's that little kid. It's possible, which is why I asked you to come here, Ryza. And now that you've arrived, would you like to investigate the ruins with me? I'm interested in the ruins myself, and I'm sure it'll help you with your alchemy, so what do you say? Yeah, totally. Sounds intriguing. And I haven't been on the proper adventure in forever. I need to play Ryza. I said it the other day, but it's on the list. And so I travelled to the capital in search of the ruins. Are these the ruins you were talking about, Tal? Yeah, this must be it. I really never expected him to be so close to the capital. I'll solve the mysteries of both that legend and the ruins, and when I do, it'll make me a better alchemist. But then there's also a small extent of the discussion where it's like, there's all in all, like the whole 6-week turnaround per update is insane. I know, like, as a whole, they're always like several updates ahead, so it never gets too bad at trying to keep on top of it. But for the actual localization team, that's a very short amount of time to get things and put together and like get things ready for the voices and get the scripts done and everything like that. So some odd nuances of the direction seeming a little weird. Like, a lot of people forget Baiju, the Chi-Chi's kind of like mentor who looks after her, Baiju became far more, shall we say, fruity with his voice direction as it went on. You listen to him in like 1.0 and like he sounds more methodical, more scientific, more controlled. You listen to him in 1.4 and he's like, oh, it's the Traveler, and you're like, oh, he sounds fruity as hell now. Like, you know, like he sounds like very like a bit more bouncy with his voice. So it's like a lot of characters have changed from 1.0 with their localization and whatnot. So I can imagine a lot of it is just the direction team don't have all the time in the world. So they sometimes just say, look, if this is more comfortable for the actress, or this is quicker to get together, let's do this. And so sometimes the direction changes. So I said with Coroner, it's because a lot of it is down to the fact that the actress, the voice she did for Paimon in 1.0 really was doing a number on her throat. There's a lot of like talks with her about it. Like, it was literally wrecking her throat. That more controlled, deeper voice that she had before. While switching to the higher pitch one, she can do it as easily as she breathes. So for the sake of that, it's like, I get it. I don't like it, but I get it. And I don't know, maybe it was similar with Kokomi, but I don't know. It doesn't sound like it, 'cause it just sounds higher pitched. Like, it sounds like she went from a normal voice to a not normal voice. But yeah, but Baiju, sorry. I mean, I'm all for it. I mean, I'm like, yeah, sure, whatever. But it was just so weird to hear like this scientific genius turn into like a really, really like the only word I can think to use is fruity kind of character. Oh, it's the Traveler and his companions. Oh, if it isn't Leeway, could she sing? Like, you know, like he had like a little ring to every word all of a sudden. I wonder what it'll be like when he eventually becomes playable. Because that's been the longest goddamn waiting game, right? Because he's been around since 1.0 and he's still not playable, and it's gonna be like 3.0, if not like 3.1 or 2 before he becomes playable, because he's Dendro. You know, like, how? Like, the length. A lot of people said the wait for Ayako was torture. People have been waiting for Baiju, man. They've been the war and back. They've been waiting for years. Anyway. With new friends and a common goal, I hope he's fun and cool looking. I do. I hope Dendro as a whole's fun. I really do. And I also hope Dendro is not the last element. And I know it's kind of like, but it's only 7 elements. No, I want them to add like an abyssal element. Like, I don't want, like, because eventually it will happen. It'll be a long way away, but eventually Dainsliff will be playable. I don't want him to suddenly turn around and he's like, oh, he's a Hydro character. No, make his own element. You know, make it like an abyssal element and have it so you can have certain villains carry them. Like, especially as we go up through the Harbingers, there's some Harbingers we still haven't met or know anything of. Especially like in any of the books or any of the content, whatever. Every gacha game has like the main elements and 2 extra. Literally every single one. But it's like, yeah, I want an Abyss element. I want like a genuine dedicated one. It's like, throw it on a couple of Harbingers, because it'd make it easy to be like, they have the literal evil vortex thing. And it's like, and I know how they'd make it work anyway. Make it like, if they want to make it unique, they could either make it kind of like nuclear, if they wanted to, or, if they want to make it more gimmicky, make it like a poison kind of magic. Make it that it's about setting things on the enemy and leaving them to their suffering. Which would make sense, considering that purple gunk liquid, I think, is something to do with the Abyss, you know, in the chasm. And like, that stuff like weakens and reduces you if you stand in it. Like, make the Abyss sort of similar to that, where you can like drench someone in poison, and it will start sucking them away, so you can just throw it on them. They'll have an Abyss element, and then the Khaenri'ah magic. That's my bet. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Either that, or they'll have like a holy magic, and when we go to Celestia, a sort of thing. Like, they might do, because Khaenri'ah has heavy ties to the Abyss because, you know, it got fucking flattened. So they could make Abyssal magic tied to Khaenri'ah directly, and so make them 2 in 1 instead of Khaenri'ah being separate. And if that's the case, then absolutely, I'd say they'd do a holy one for Celestia. But then if it gets to that point, I'd be real curious to see what kind of angels we get to play as into Celestia, you know? Like, I'd be really curious to see what kind of characters are in Genshin by the end of its lifespan. You know, like, as I said, there's a lot of instances where it's like, I can't wait for characters like, I always forget his name, the actual, like, Grand Master of the Knights of Favonius, Varka. Like, I want to know what he looks like. I want to see what, Alice looks like, because I'm expecting to just see, like, an absolute adult evil, like, prankster, because she's a little sadistic if the, Traveler's Tale is anything to go by. Screw Celestia, the Abyss did nothing wrong. No, yeah, the Abyss were peoples of science, and the rest of the world were peoples of religion, and the gods went, no, I like religion more, so flatten the scientists. That, you know, that's literally what happened. Celestia sent everything to flatten Khaenri'ah because they didn't have a god, didn't believe in God, and did their own thing. And because they had power, you know, with like the mechanical warriors around, like the field tiller you can find in the Dragon Peak. Since the Traveler will need something for when they get their power back. Oh yeah, because they did lose their power. They were like in their own like heavenly plane sort of thing. I wonder if that unknown goddess is going to be the, you know, the ultimate final boss, or whether she'll actually be made playable. Dude is at the Dark Continent right now. Okay. But it's like, for me personally at least, I think I'm more kind of curious about Alice than I am Varka. Like, Varka sounds cool and everything, but it's like, you can read up on the Alice's shenanigans, and there's been so many little events that have mentioned her slightly, or we've learnt a little thing about her, and it's like, she sounds like such a goddamn menace. No wonder Clee's the way she is. But, you know, she sounds more exciting to be around. Dangerous, but exciting. Yeah, because a lot of people have made their own theories, and, like, made their own, like, fan art of how Alice looks, and it's like, it's gonna sound, like, crazy, but you know what one I would go with? I'd want her to go with, like, Nine the Phantom from BlazBlue kind of design. As in, like, a really giant wide witch hat. Like, really long, like, fiery hair almost. Because, like, Nine the Phantom has, like, a giant purple witch hat. Has, like, super long, fluffed out pink hair. You know, like, this really cool cape sort of thing. Like, I want her to look like a proper, like, witch. But, like, just, you know, exaggerated to the Genshin art style. You know, the one with Haizo. Yeah, Haizo looked... I was kind of surprised at Haizo's design. I think he looks alright. I find it hilarious that the first male catalyst, he uses his fist as a weapon. I just find that shit funny. But I was kind of surprised, like, all the theories everyone had on his design compared to how he looks. He looks like a teenager, you know? I know because he's using the teen, like, model, but still... But yeah, like, I'd love like a Nine the Phantom-esque design. Maybe not, maybe not as in your face as Nine the Phantom was, because holy shit, there was no hiding those cannonballs that she had on her. The fact that dude Heiser just throws hands and his main DPS makes me need him. Yeah, right. Like, as soon as I saw that leak, I mean, what leak? Booba! But it was like, as soon as I saw like that footage going around of him just doing like punch and kick combos with like little air effects, I was like, okay, this guy's kind of cool. I probably won't roll for him because I don't really have a place in my team for an animo character, but he looks kind of cool. I'll keep an eye on him. He might be one of those characters that's like, when we get like, when it's like nearly out, we learn more about him, or like we get a few more things figured out about how he'll work and how he'll fit into team content, I might go, yeah, he seems alright. But as it stands, it's like, he looks cool, and that's almost enough for me to roll for him, but I have no place for him, so I might just hold off. Alchemy? Real alchemy? Like turning lead into gold and the Philosopher's Stone? Impossible. Though I don't see why someone would lie in their memories. And the thing is, I would be like with Alice, talking about making the booba joke. I would be with Alice, like, if they want to make a big boob, fill your goddamn boobs, artistic decision. But Genshin's age rating kind of restricts that. It's the same reason Rosaria got nerfed. Or reduced, shall we say. Even before like the Chinese government got more involved. With that newer design. It's because the age rating for Genshin is a lot lower than people realise. A lot of people treat it like it's an 18+ so they can do what they want. No, there's a reason why none of the characters swear. They're trying, and there's like no real blood. They're trying to keep the age rating so, like close to like teen. Or like youngerish teens, like 13 to 12 sort of thing. And if you want to maintain that, there's some things you got to worry about, and you know, Big Booba is one of them, unfortunately. It's why games like Guilty Gear completely get away with Baiken. It's because that game's age rating is far higher, so the restrictions aren't as severe. And from what I can tell, Zenless is going for that. Like, their new game, Zenless, is going to go for a higher age rating, so they're less restricted with the art style. Which is why, like, the leader of like that opening team is like the epitome of Hourglass figure, because they're more free to do the art style however they want and not have to worry about those restrictions. I'm kind of glad that Genshin doesn't do the big booba stuff because the character designs are amazing in this game. Yeah, I agree. And besides, they put all of that effort into the booty cheeks, let's be honest. I'm kidding. They do though. They put more effort into the behinds of some of the characters, whether it's boys or the girls. Thing is, they can still get dark. The classic example, and because I've talked about it, you know, always I can't help myself. The Sonic the Hedgehog games used to have characters get murdered, and yet those games were always like at most 7+. Facts by main Gene. That's why I have Mona in my team. Well, did have Mona. I'm going to be swapping her out for Eula. Not for Yellen, sorry. Eula's in my main team. But even if they're doing those designs, like, I've lost what I was I forgot what I was going to say, so I'm going to go on my new point. Sonic, that was it. Like, they can still do dark stuff, because Sonic, like, the worst it got was like a 7+, and Sonic Unleashed literally had the world get destroyed and like ripped into pieces, and like people in agony and people traumatized that their entire country was uplifted, and had a god monster at the end that came out of lava, was an alien monster, and ripped out new arms of itself with splattering blood everywhere, and that game didn't have a high age rating. The reason why they got away with it was because the blood was green. They can absolutely do dark shit if they want. Or another example, Evil Dead 2 and Army of Darkness, both of them don't use red blood. They use black blood or purple blood. Because it actually brought the age rating down. Despite how ridiculously gory those films are, I mean, they're insanely gory. The blood's not red because the age rating was brought down, so they can literally do things like that. So I'm not that worried about how dark they'll be able to get. Yeah, it's kind of hard to pick up now because the game's a bit old, but Sonic Unleashed, the final boss is like a giant creepy alien thing that starts off with 3 eyes and 2 arms, and 4 more arms explode out of its body, splattering blood everywhere, and it grows 6 more eyes that have tongues form around the eyes that stretch out to reveal these giant eyeballs, and then its forehead splits open with more blood with another giant eyeball, and you look at the game's age rating and you're like, what? How the fuck is this for kids? And it's because the blood was green, so the age rating board didn't give a shit. So they can make it as dark and as gory as they want, really. They just have to make it controlled, you know, like they just have to make it something that they can argue isn't blood if it ever got to that point. But yeah, the Dark Age of Sonic was called that for a reason. From 1999 to 2009, a lot of the stories in Sonic games were significantly more mature and darker. They were still approachable for kids, but they were a thing. You know, they were kind of crazy. People forget that Sonic 06, for as bad as it was, the game had Sonic get straight up murdered and have to be resurrected. People forget that Black Knight's entire message is wanting everything to live forever is not living at all. Like, the Dark Age of Sonic genuinely had some pretty, like, out there and relatively serious plots. But it was Sonic Colors in 2010 that they soft rebooted the entire franchise, and every Sonic game that's come since has been extremely kid-friendly. Like, borderline toddler kid-friendly. Where they kind of hold your hand through the whole game. And I say that, I'm not criticizing it, they just a different approach. But they softened it up a hell of a lot to appeal to a new audience. It's why I'm excited for Sonic 3, the film. Because they've confirmed with the Sonic 3 film that Jeff Fowler and the team are aiming for a PG-13. Because they want to cover some of the darker stuff. They want to cover elements from the Dark Era. They're not going to go too crazy with it, because at the end of the day, the Sonic films have brought in a new generation of kids, and they don't want to scare them away. But they want it to be a little bit more grown up, because they want to touch into some of those Dark Era stuff. I was like, for me personally, as someone who is older, because I'm 23 now, I miss the Dark Era of Sonic, because I think they're still enjoyable for what they are, and I find them easier to come back to as an adult. Whilst, like, when Sonic Colors Ultimate came out, there were so many jokes in that game that when I was 10 I thought were hilarious, and I came back to it at like 21, 22 years old, and I was like, this is kind of cringy. And it's because it's aimed for a much younger audience. It's like, so I kind of miss that era of Sonic. I'm still gonna pick up every game because I'm always on the optimistic end side of the fence with it. Like, I'll pick up Frontiers when it drops. Yeah, I'm excited for it. I'm stupendously excited for it. It's 2 years away, but we'll get there. Gonna get breakfast, we'll be back in the world. No worries, dude. I'll try and get on with this fucking story. Impossible. Though I don't see why someone would lie in their memories. I've been sitting on this one cutscene for half an hour if you get into chatting about stuff. Alchemy! What if this Riser person is from a different world than us? This is a hardscape. It's possible that all of this isn't even real. Perhaps these memories are from a time when humans still believed in alchemy. Oh, you guys are no fun. It's got to be a parallel world. Let's just go with that, okay? Well, alright. A lot of crazy stuff has happened since we came to this world, but this sure is something. Yes, I certainly wasn't expecting anything like this. I wonder if there are any different, they're any different from the alchemists we know from history. I got there in the end. Riser, huh? I wonder what she's like. I'm so curious. I thought you'd say something like that. Let's go. Yeah. So I just want to gather as many resources as I can in here. Because it's all going to be unique stuff relating to Riser. When we like tapped in here a few streams back, we picked up an item that was like very clearly not in this game. Or like not in the main game sort of thing. So I just want to see what we can get here. And more so as well, what you can craft that's like exclusive to this DLC. Like, can we craft like the Alchemist Cauldron pot that Riser had sort of thing? Oh, what the heck was that enemy? What? Hey, go away, 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 go away. It's like a, oh jeez, I ran straight into another one. It's like a missile chasing me. Oh, it's more like a flowery monster, I get it. Ow, ow. Okay, the enemies are still pretty tough in here, I'm noticing, though. We might be the recommended level, but I don't think it's the most idealistic level. We'll see how it goes as we progress, though. It might just be a matter of trying to be a little bit more cautious as we approach. Which is fine. It's nice to have the extra challenge. Especially in the main adventure, where we was kind of ripping heads off a little bit after a while. Oh, it even plays like a victory theme inspired from Riser as well. I only just noticed that. Ooh, there's memory fragments to pick up in here as well. 2, 3, 4. Oh, and there's a craftable in there. I wonder where the zone transition is then. Is it going to be in that dark patch? Or is this it? 'Cause it says first layer, so I assume there'll be more. And how do we advance past that? Or is there going to be like a bunch of roadblocks to make it so you can only progress so far until you advance more of the main game kind of thing? Like, it'll be like, hey, you need an axe to progress past here. You need the chemical potion thingy-majig to progress past here. Things like that. Do 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 do. Yeah, healer, please. Yeah, this area is dangerous. It's fun dangerous, but it's dangerous. Speaking of dangerous and like JRPGs, I've been making more progress in Danganronpa V3 with the 100% completion. I'm at 91% now. I'm getting there. I'm on the last stretch. I just need to do the last 10 floors of the Despair dungeon, the one run through per character, and then at some point grind to level 99 in the main story. So I'm at level 91. And I'll probably just do the elastic band strat if I'm honest, because you know you level up by walking. Just get some elastic bands in and do it that way. Right, so everyone's... Yeah, okay. I think we need to acknowledge that we're not going to survive here for too long, so we have to be careful as we approach. We might be the level recommended, but it's clearly not ideal. So I think the path's going to get blocked. So we're going to get over here and it's going to be like, hey, you can't proceed until you get X and Y. Hey, what are you talking about? It's me. Did you forget about me already? This thing is in my way. I bet I could use alchemy to make a tool to destroy it. Will we get to see some alchemy with my own eyes? Or our own eyes? When I had my cauldron. Yeah, I guess not. Cauldron, huh? Maybe she wants us to do it for her. Could you be telling us to make a cauldron, make that tool, and destroy the obstacle? No way, that Shadow has no idea we even exist. But making a cauldron sounds so cool. I'm getting psyched just thinking about it. Alright, let's go back to school and make ourselves a cauldron. The Atelier Owl could be developed? That's kind of cute. Okay, so we can't proceed until we make a cauldron. Let's get back then. I need to make more sandwiches anyway. Let me do that first. Oh, I can... Nice. I'm gonna make 6 of them because I was about to say we might go focus on thingy first. Try and focus on the main plot because we can't really proceed much further at this point. Anyway, energy drink. Make 3 of them. Oh, trophy made with love and care. 25 different items. I always forget where the sandwiches are. Oh, we can't make that many. We can make more. I'm gonna switch to the Radin set then. Okay, we can only use the items we get from that. That's kind of cute. Where the hell do I put this? Could put it here. There's no room over there. Return. Yeah, welcome back, dude. We're making a bloody cauldron so we can advance the DLC dungeon. We need more room. I'm going to come back for that, actually. I'm going to do some other stuff. Because that's we need that to actually be able to continue the DLC stuff. But this is on the main plot, so... And we don't have a whole punch ticket, nor do we have a wooden doll, so we can't make any of these. Where does this end up? Is this another, you gotta find room for it, or does it have a specialized spot? You have to make room for it. God damn it. I guess that makes the most sense. There's nowhere else to put it here. I wish you could keep on making it go along that way. Be nice. Oh yeah, you build stuff and you can put it around your home base. And like most of it's for, actually I'll show you. Most of it is for like special scenes, like you can take characters on dates, but a lot of them will give you stat boosts if you put them down. Like element resistance. This has experience gain. But you see like, over here, Yuki's hanging out around the cafe. And you can like, if I have coins, I can get some coffee out of it. Like there's a lot of date spots and reasons to like build stuff around the school. I'm waiting to be able to build a flower bed, but we haven't got that ability yet because all of this over here, like we can do something with this, we just don't have the resources to do anything with it. And the game's also been teasing a lot that at some point we're going to get fishing equipment so we can use this dock. Oh, whoops, there's a secret scene over here, so I guess it was a good time. Perfect place to go swimming right in front of us, and yet none of us are swimming. Just saying this because the water here is so beautiful. It's such a waste not to swim in it. I shouldn't have asked. If only there was a sandy beach, we could have had a beach volleyball tournament. But then there are some things, it's like this, the hot air balloon. You can hop in the thing, if you want. And like get a nice view over the school. Over the home base. Well, fishing, best game mechanic ever. But yeah, they've been teasing a lot that at some point later on there's going to be a fishing option. It just hasn't, we haven't got the resources to build it yet. Like they keep on bringing up, wouldn't it be great if we had a rod? We should get on that at some point. Like, they keep on like hinting that they're going to do it. Whether they do or not, we don't know. Yeah, this game's super charming. It's kind of wild how different this is from the first. Like they both have like a very optimistic central theme of like, you know, bands of friends coming together, being empathetic of each other's struggles, helping each other. Oh, we made this giant's pool, by the way. But the first game was extremely controlled, I think is the best way to put it. Yes, your home base is an island. All the dungeons you go to... Yeah, your home base is a giant island. All the dungeons you go to are like mental dreamscapes. Like you enter, like the big dungeon off in the distance, that changes depending on whose mind we're entering. And yeah, I also, when we first started, I went, man, this reminds me a lot of Jabberwock when we started. The first game wasn't like this. The first game did take place in a school, but it wasn't anywhere near as open as this. I said the first game, it was very controlled. Like they had this system where you didn't level up with experience, you leveled up by doing side quests. So your level was always pretty like locked down, that because there was only so many side quests added per chapter, you could only reach such a level. But that game had a lot more encouragement of like talking to people to get new skills. Like you'd make a new friend, and if you went out on dates with them, you'd eventually unlock new skills and new things for it. So it was very encouraging to do more things like that. Whilst this game is a lot looser, and it's like, hey, do you want to build stuff around the school? Hey, do you want to find random events by just walking around like we just have here? Do you want to like spice up and like they made a thing earlier where we had a when it was raining we had a hole in the roof, and we had to get the resource to patch it up so it wouldn't leak and harm it. The first game's still really good. I wouldn't have picked up this one if it wasn't for it. It's just you have to understand that the first one is extremely tight in terms of how it's controlled and handled. It's a very different game. But there are things, if you play the first game, that become more satisfying in this game. the big one for me, and it's the reason why I titled the stream of it last time, Hina is a character that lost her memory and is in this game. Hina's the protagonist of the last game. So it's like if you played this game second, like you played the original first and come to this, Hina losing her memories, you already know what to expect from her dreamscape and what memories she's going to get. So it's about getting to see it from a different perspective. Whilst if you start on this one, obviously you won't get that. It's just another character who lost their memories that you're helping find them. Because that's the general premise of this game. Every single character that ends up joining the party, who ends up on this mysterious island, loses their memories. And we go into their dreamscapes, like these heartscapes, to find their memories again and learn more about who they are. Blue Reflection as a series has a strong central theme of empathy. And the first game explores it by having characters go through emotional breakdowns of some kind, and you having to enter this spirit's place called the Common to find the origin of their problem, of why they're freaking out, why they're having a panic attack, why anxiety is kicking their ass, why they're so miserable, yada yada. And you can't just solve it, you have to learn to relate to it. Like, it's really like, you can't go in and be like, I'll fix your problem. You have to go in and be like, I understand it because I've had this. You have to make bonds with people and you have to learn to understand each other. Empathy is the strongest force of the first game. And this game still has this, like, it's still the central theme, but they just explore it differently. Instead of it people having anxieties and whatnot, you diving into their mind, it's people losing their memories, and it's you learning about them, including the uglier details. So it approaches it from a different angle. And the anime, which is actually perfect timing, the anime that's standalone, like that's separate from both these games, the English dub of it, I think it comes out on the 9th of June. Like, it's actually pretty soon. And I know it's like the usual advertisement reel that the voice actors do, but almost every single voice actor that's been a part of the new Blue Reflection has taken to Twitter to say how much they got emotional doing it because of the central theme of empathy. And it's like, that alone, I'm like, okay, I might watch it when it comes out. If like, because some of them, like there was one actress, I can't remember who it is off the top of my head, like people were asking her what was the most impactful and significant role she'd ever did, and it was like 9 months before this English dub announcement, she went, it's one that's on the NDA, but trust me, it's a big deal. Like, it meant a lot to me, and like I was in tears for a lot of it because of like, the significance and like the drama and the characters. And like then once it got announced with the English dub for this new Blue Reflection anime, that actress then turned around and went, this is what I was talking about. And I'm like, oh, okay, I might watch it then when it comes out next month, the English dub. It's going to be on Crunchyroll. I think they're dropping the whole season in one. But then, like I said, these are super fun games. It's an entirely female cast for both of them, which I always love, because there needs to be more of them, really. There's not enough games with female leads, and I think having having a game about empathy and having characters that are believably super empathy, like if there was a bunch of dudes going, bro, it'd still be appreciated, but it almost seems slightly unnatural considering like stereotypes of how blokes are and how we can be with each other. So I think this suits better just because it's good people being good to each other. And I think that's the main reason why I've been so charmed to them, is that there isn't like drama and arguments between characters. Everyone's trying to be friendly with each other. There's little moments, but it's like, it's all very like positive. Yeah, yeah, you get what I mean. Like, it's not trying to like gender break it down. Like, you can have emotional and like empathetic games with male characters. Like, don't get me wrong, I just feel like this was the better approach personally. Yeah, don't get me wrong, they use it for fan service every now and then. The first game especially, like this game's been a lot tamer with it, despite the fact these girls are all 18 and 19, so you'd think would be more tempted by the game developers to do it, whilst in the first game, Hina was 15 in the first game. And it's like, why do we see her in her underwear? She's 15. Come on. And I get it, because it's like a PE scene. She's changing out of her PE uniform back to her normal clothes. But it's just like, guys, come on. Fan service, I always, fan service, it doesn't bother me at all as long as it doesn't break two cardinal rules. Firstly, does it make sense? If it makes sense, I don't care. They can have their tits out for all I care. If it makes sense, it's fine. And the other one, does it compromise the character? if your opinion of a character is going to be changed by them being fan servicey or being more nudie or whatever, I don't want to see it. Well, if it feels like it works for them or whatever, once again, I'm fine with it. You tick those 2 boxes, you can do whatever the hell you want. Yeah, they're not like the age rating of the first game, I think, is a 16. So like they not an 18. So they don't have like straight up nudity and they don't go too crazy with it. But it is kind of like there is a point where it's like, as I think I talked about in a previous stream. I don't know if you were in it, but they actually use her being in her underwear for yeah. I'm still annoyed at what they did with Meekan. Don't get me wrong. I'm still annoyed at how they mistreated that poor girl. Oh, let's write a character who's a victim of heavily implied sexual abuse. Okay, let's sexualize her. Why? You know? Anyway. But I was like, in the first game, they use her underwear literally for symbolism. They have a character who's very similar to Hina, but basically saw the world different than her. Like, it's the whole half full and half empty kind of approach, where like they have very similar backgrounds, but they have the character that saw the world half empty and when she gets changed for PE uniform, she's in pure black underwear whilst Hina's in pure white. So it's like, even though it's like weird fan service, they found a way to make it symbolic. Yeah, I was talking about it yesterday, I think. Why are you staring at the water like that? I was just thinking. And you get, in the games, you get a lot of little scenes like this where like, they don't mean anything, they're just more flavor text, but they give you more little glimmers of how characters feel and think and what they're up to, and basically they live their lives outside of the RPG stuff. Yeah. There's no teachers around. We shouldn't get in any trouble if we just dived in, would we? Oh, I didn't know you were so mischievous, Shio. I will say though, as a whole, this game is better than the first. The first game is extremely charming, and like the first game had some amazing side characters. I loved Arko. Arko is such a little gremlin, but in the nicest possible way. Like, it's like a harmless gremlin. I personally love flavor text stuff. And support conversation is my favorite part of Fire Emblem Free Houses. I still need to play a Fire Emblem game. It's like the bit. I have a friend of mine who's like the most die-hard, super into Fire Emblem dude it is, and like every time we chat, he's like, "Dude, fucking play Fire Emblem." I'm like, "I'll get around to it, I promise." Because I was umming and ahhing picking up Awakening for ages, and I just never got around to it. And then Free Houses came out, and I went, "Oh, at some point I'll just pick that up," and I just keep on not doing it. I need to just do it. Free Houses is the only good one, I swear to you. Really? Like, I have a friend of mine, like, he loves them all. Like, he's been into it since, like, he was a kid. And I get it, like, it's the same with me. Like, not every Sonic game's good, but I still love the franchise. It's because I grew up with it, so I'm biased. Or, like, Final Fantasy. I'm not about to tell you Final Fantasy 2 and 8 and 10-2 and 13 are good. But I love the franchise anyway, because I grew up with it, you know? So I get it. It's just like, at some point I'll pick it up. At some point I'll get around to it. Especially because, I have heard several tracks from Free Houses soundtrack, and like every time I hear a new track from it, I'm like, oh, okay, this game's fucking cool. This game's got like a banger soundtrack of nothing else. Well, I can't remember what it was called, but I've heard like all of like the final boss themes for Free Houses. I've like all 3 of them, like the Apex of the World. It annoys me. The one that's like the most popular one, God Shattering Star, I think it's called. I've heard that one. And I can't remember at all what the last one was called, but I've heard all of them. I was like, and I heard all of them. I was like, okay, these all sound amazing. But not only do they sound amazing, they sound different from one another. It's not like a shared thing between them. They all sound kind of similar. No, God Shattering Star is very different from Apex of the World, but they're both god tier in their own rights, you know? And I love that. I'd always rather, like, it's nice to just have a good soundtrack in general, but a diverse and good soundtrack, that takes balls. Because as a composer, as any kind of talent, it's very easy to rest on your laurels and make it kind of, not samey, but everything have the same sort of genre or belong together. To have tracks feel so different from one another and they all be good, it's like, no, that's someone who's not only confident, but knows they've got the talent as well, sort of thing. Like, they're not only good at it, they know they're good at it. It's what I genuinely, once again, bring up the Dark Era Sonic, what I loved about the Dark Era. Sonic Adventure 1, that soundtrack jumps from rock to metal to straight up fucking jazz at a moment's notice, and all of the tracks are good. And it's like, no, they had confidence with Adventure 1. Adventure 2, it wasn't, they like narrowed it down a little bit more to more of a focus on rock tracks with rap with the Knuckles and Rouge stages, which to be fair were good too. The raps, as much as I'm not a rap person, that was kind of cool. I love a Sonic Shed Leitmotifs. Yeah, that's actually a compliment I've been giving this game all of its runtime. Every single track in this game has a glimmer of the piano piece that is the first game's title screen theme. Every single track in this game has a little bit of the piano piece. And it's like every single time I've heard it, I've tried to point it out, because it's da 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 da. This. I think I might have talked over it a little bit. But it's like every single track has that little bit. You'll hear it throughout each track. You'll hear the da 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 da. And it's like, and I love that they made a leitmotif over it. But it's like there's both, like leitmotifs or however you pronounce it. Yeah, like they work too. Like I love diversity and I love leitmotifs. I just don't like it when they're similar sounding, but there isn't like a theme with it. Like I don't know how to really put it. It's like when it's like all the tracks are the same genre. It's like the reboot Castlevania, that's a good example. It's a great soundtrack. All of them are just like power orchestral. And so it's like, yeah, they're all great tracks, but I couldn't really tell you any of them off the top of my head, what ones I remember, until I'm listening to them, because they all kind of blend together when it's all the same genre. Anyway, what was that laugh? There are times when I feel there are times when I feel like being a little naughty too, you know. I try to make the melodies different, but they try to make the melodies different, but with the exact same instruments. Yeah, yeah, that's exactly what I mean. You nailed it in one, and it's like it ends up kind of blurring together a little because of it, and so you just end up not remembering them. Another one that was great, talking to Sonic, Unleashed, because Unleashed was about traveling the world. So every single country you went to used instruments from that country. And so, like, you'd go from France to the Sahara Desert to Japan to the Mediterranean to the North Pole, and all of them had completely different instruments and completely different styles. And because of Unleashed's style, where you have a day level and a night level, the day levels were always given more energy, and the night levels were always deliberately slower. So you got two completely different shifts of the same instrument as well. So there was just enough familiarity with a set of instruments, but then enough different that it would change to the next. Yeah, Genshin also has the advantage of every country has a different goddamn symphony orchestra working on it. Mondstadt was done by the London Symphonic. Liyue was done by the Shanghai Symphonic, and Inazuma was done by Tokyo. So it's not only cultural instruments, but literally the orchestra that represents that country. So Genshin gets more like they get like not like a free pass with it, but they get more easy tickets to get it because they actually have the team doing it. It makes me curious of what they're going to do with Sumeru, because Sumeru is a lot more Middle Eastern. It's like, I wonder what orchestra they're going to get for that. Yeah, there was a couple when COVID first, like, really badly, well, I say bad, Genshin came out after COVID started, but when it was like real bad, like at the start of 2021 or late 2020, there were a point where there's like one or two tracks that are Mondstadt themed that weren't done by the London Symphonic, just because they couldn't get a hold of them because of everything being all locked off. So they just used the Shanghai Orchestra because they're closer to home. But as a rule, that's what they go for. And so that's why I'm excited. Like, I can't wait in a few years' time when Snezhnaya comes out and we hear a fucking Russian orchestra. Like, I can't wait to just hear like the full blast of Mother Russia in my video game, you know? Let's stick this down. Or Fontaine and hearing like a more British track. Actually, I say that, I think Fontaine will be going more French. Personally, that's just a hunch. Hey, Reina! Hoshizaki, what are you doing here this late? I can say the same to you. I noticed you leave the classroom, so I followed you. Oh, that's the other thing I like about this game. In the first game, none of the side characters moved anywhere. In this game, there's a natural day and night cycle, and characters will move around and do different things at different times of the day. So like first thing in the morning, people will be cleaning. But like last thing at night, a lot of people will be like lingering around the bedrooms or be in the bedroom sort of sitting on their bed. Or like during midday, they might be like finding a bit of spot of shade standing under a tree sort of thing. Like all the characters move around and do their own thing on the day and night cycle. I think the preview music for the storyline trailer makes me hyped for the music. Yes! Like, I did the same with Inazuma, but it's like every now and then, it's like just to kind of give me an idea of what musical styles they might be going for later on, I kind of go back to that one trailer, because that one trailer is like the epitome of Genshin. Like, that's like the most, like, that was there to hype up the entire lifespan of Genshin. And it's like just hearing the little bits as you go through. Yeah, so in the first game, all the NPCs just stood still, and you just go up to them and talk to them. Like their lives revolved around you kind of thing. Whilst in this, all the characters feel like their own character because they go around doing their own thing. Half of the optional scenes you find in this game only happen if you happen to bump into them when they're in a certain area. Like, there's a lot of instances where I walk down the corridor and another character's there, and they go, oh, since you're not doing anything, can you come with me for something? And you're like, oh, okay. And it's natural, it's just because you happen to both be there. So I decided to follow you. I woke you up. Oh, I'm sorry. Don't worry about it. You like the telescope? Ah, yes, I suppose so. I've always liked looking up at the sky. I don't get why we couldn't put this on the roof. I think it would have been cooler if they could have let us slap this bad boy on the roof, but I guess there has to be some limit somewhere. I guess, like, we did fight a boss on the roof, so they have to keep the roofs free for in case any other fights end up there. Be the one using it most, even though it was Yuki who wanted to make it. What? Is it not allowed? Of course it's okay. And I love the art style of these games. They think they do the anime aesthetic really well. Hey, Hoshizaki. Hmm? Do you think the sky here is real? The only thing, and like, it doesn't bug me personally because I played Yakuza games, but there's no dub. It's only the Japanese voices with English subtitles, which is why I talk over the characters all the time in this. And it's the same with the first. It's the same with most, if not all, of Gust's games for the record. It's the same with like the Atelier games. And like, if you know that to expect that going into it, it is what it is. But I know for some people that is enough of a turn off, so they like to be able to hear English voices, but. At least for me, it doesn't bother me. What do you mean? Remember what Yuzu said? This world is enclosed by a wall. Which means that this sky I'm looking at, these stars, none of them are real. Strictly speaking, I guess you're right. Yeah. That's fair enough. I honestly don't mind either. Like to bring up Data Live again, that's my classic example. There's one character in the Japanese version of it that I think has really weird direction and sounds kind of robotic and weird. But equally, in the English version, there's a different character, that has the exact same problem. And so it's like both of them have got like one or two characters that the direction for them is kind of weird. But if it's the Japanese actors deliver emotionally better, I would have agreed with you if it was like a decade ago. Heck, I would have agreed with you if it was the 4Kids era in like the early 2000s. But English voice actors, the English voice acting profession, and actor associations and whatnot have come so goddamn far since then that I genuinely think sometimes they do it better. Like, I feel like a lot of people, and this isn't me attacking anyone, a lot of people that are still very much on the sub v dub train, who grew up with like the 4Kids era, the late 90s, like, you know, early Yu-Gi-Oh and Pokemon, still kind of feel like anime's stuck in that era when it really isn't. Back then, hell yes, but it wasn't the voice actor's fault in that instance. It was because companies like 4Kids took these shows that were darker and slightly more mature and deliberately altered them to make them more kid-friendly. And so not only were the voice acting and the voice direction kind of weird, but the literal story writing had been neutered. The classic example is Yu-Gi-Oh! The original like saga of Yu-Gi-Oh! You look at the Japanese original version of it, and it's so much more aggressive and violent, even in the actual card game itself, compared to the 4Kids version. Like, destroying Weevil on the train, that's a lot longer of a scene in the Japanese version. If you don't know what I'm talking about, there's a point where Weevil, in like... I've always been surrounded by bad English dubs that are kind of stuck around. Yeah, that's kind of what I mean. Was that a lot of people, because back in the early 2000s, and especially the late 90s, English dubs were kind of crap. A lot of them were very cheaply made, a lot of them were kind of weird, and a lot of them didn't help that big companies, like, neutered them down a bunch. But I'd say... Oh god, like as early as like, well, the end of the 4Kids era, it's like as early as like 2008, 2009, English voice work has been phenomenal. It's been really on top point. Heck, even before then, they were great gangsters. It was just they were few in between. Like, anything Crispin Freeman showed up and you knew was going to be, like, a jam. You knew he was going to do a phenomenal performance. And he still does. That motherfucker, I don't think will ever retire. But it was like, I'm trying to think of one more recent example. It's like, even like with this, no, it's left me. My brain's fried. You're talking on the topic too much. My brain's fried. It's completely left me. But genuinely, like a lot of English voice actors, just to get back to that point then. Like Deneen Melody, I love the bits. She plays Rottie in Death End Request 2. She's the current voice of May in Pokemon. I was going to talk about Yu-Gi-Oh! That was it. The one scene in Yu-Gi-Oh! In Season 4, it was the Seal of Orichalcos arc. There's a point where Kid Yugi's soul gets stolen, and it's adult Yugi running it for now as it goes on. In the Japanese version, they bump into a possessed Weevil, and Weevil deliberately gets really under Yugi's skin throughout the entire duel to try and piss him off that, you know, he failed to protect his best friend. He failed to protect anyone. He's a worthless, all this stuff. And eventually Yugi loses it, and not only wins the fight, but goes overboard. And in the English version, they still keep it, but it's like they have this. He sets up a set where every time Yugi draws a card that is a monster card, the monster he has on the field will get to attack again, and it will keep on going until he next draws a spell or a trap card. So as long as he relies on his luck and draws 2 monster cards, he would have enough to defeat Weevil, because the first attack destroyed his monster, the second one brought Weevil's life points to 0. He draws it 5 goddamn times in the Western version, because he's so pissed off at Weevil. Even at Weevil's at 0, he has the monster attack Weevil directly at nothing, just straight up injuring the fucker like several times. And you're like, wow, that's kind of crazy. Let's look at the Japanese version. What do you mean he does it like 9 times in the Japanese version? And he was about to do it a 10th before he was interrupted. Like, he was going to go near infinitely. He's going to keep on going until he actually drew a spell card. But he just going to go, draw! Monster card! And they just fucking slash him again. You go, draw! And they just did it time and time again. It's like, oh my, it was a lot more vicious. And it's like he draws a 10th one. His hand gets grabbed. And it's like, no, stop, Yugi. The draw's over. It's over. Stop it. It's over. And Yugi takes a breath, stops, he glances at his card, and it's another monster card. Like, he could have whacked him again. And I was just like, oh. And in the Western version, they didn't have that bit, really. Like I said, they did it a couple times to kind of emphasize the point, but then they got rid of the rest. And it's like, no, they should have kept that, because it was a good way of showing to the kids, like, almost a consequence of losing your marbles or losing your shit. But because they neutered it down, it just looks like he has a moment, and then they calm it down. But it was so sick, like, to see it, like, especially, like, because I thought the scene was kind of cool when I was a kid, when I saw it in, you know, in the English version on TV. But then when I watched the actual Japanese version with English subtitles, got to that bit and saw how much more excessive and brutal it was, just hearing Yugi go, draw monster card, draw monster, for like, and I was like, oh my god, he just keeps going. Like, it was ruthless. It was like, but it's like, that's what I mean. Like, the 90s and like the early 2000s, it was the English or Western dubs was almost entirely dominated by 4Kids, and as the name implies, as a company, they were super against anything they thought might be too dark, and would radically go out of their way to alter things. And then, because of that, they would enforce their ways onto the script, which would then lead to some of the questionable English dubs that we now know from that era. So it's like, it's not all 4Kids' fault, but fucking hell did they not help. And as in, yeah, like, a lot of people still to this day think English dubs are bad for anime as a rule because of that, when it's just not true anymore. It really isn't. Like, I grew up with that era, and I'd agree, they weren't great at that time. But I've also watched and seen so much since then that's eons better. Genuinely is. I didn't like the English dubs and avoided any and all anime for such a long time. I didn't get back into shows until a few years ago. Yeah, that's fair enough. I kind of drifted in my, because I'm British, so secondary school instead of high school. During my not high school years, I kind of drifted hard. And it was around college that I got back into it. And it was Data Life, funny enough, that kind of got me back into it. Because Data Life, I must stress enough, as much as I go on about Data Life and how much I love its characters, the overarching story of Data Life, from the books into the show, isn't the best thing ever. The reason why I love it is because the character writing's really good. Like, it's got some of my favorite, like, genuinely, I said, Kurumi is one of my all-time favorite characters in anything ever. I love that god to be. She is like the waifu for me, so to speak, if we're going to use those terms. But it's because of her writing. Her character writing is phenomenal. But the actual overarching story, it's alright. It's alright. It's not like breaking the mold. Like, it's not horrendous, but it's just it gets things across. The plot's more just a tool to introduce new characters for you to fall in love with, and that's fine. I remember booting up Hulu and watching Charlotte as my first anime, just spiral from there. Fair, dude. I watched, actually, to give a really good example of a great English dubbed anime, Castlevania on Netflix. I radically prefer the English cast over the Japanese. Radically. Because there is so much more effort and emotion put into everything. And it's not to say there isn't effort in the Japanese one, there is. It's just they nail it so perfectly in the dub, in my opinion. Anyway, strictly speaking, I guess you're right. But it feels the same, don't you think? Huh? Cowboy Bebop also had a slightly better English dub. Yeah, the entire show was almost entirely stolen by Steve Seagal. I love the kind of woman that can kick my ass. That dude, he can read me bedtime stories. Yeah, it's more, I love the, he's like, oh, I can't even attempt to replicate his voice. Because like, that dude almost entirely stole it. That dude's voice was godly to the ears. It's like when you listen to Zhongli talk in the English dub of Genshin. It's like, keep talking, Keith Silverstein, please. Just keep talking, tell me bedtime stories. Yeah, it's the first line that came to my mind. Yuzu also said that this world is made using the powers of reflectors' emotions, right? Reflectors being us. Which means that this sky is made up of all of our memories of the sky, right? Which means that, you don't even know what you're trying to say anymore. I'm just trying to say that you shouldn't overthink things. That feeling you get when you're looking up at the stars, that's real. My feeling? Are we about to twig her enough of an emotional response that she's going to start getting her memory back and we unlock her dungeon? Yep, that's what that means. Yep, Reina's Heartscape's now connected, so we have a new dungeon to go explore. I love this as well. This is in both games. You can do text messages. The first game like is kind of a bit like, it's one of the only things the first game's looser than this one. This one is a little bit more controlled in like bouncing off stuff. Like you can interact with characters through it, but only so much because it's more used as a tool to initiate side quests from a distance. Like you don't have to go up and talk to say Yuki to start her side quest. You can text her and she'll be like, "Oh yeah, can you do this?" And she's like, "All right." So you can get access to side quests and report something in easier. Whilst in the first game, like they had a collectible called Conversation Topics, and it was literally you could find a sparkly thing on the floor, and you picked it up, it would unlock a topic to talk to people about, and you could text them, and then I'll start a conversation. Like Chihiro would be like tending to the flowers, not that Chihiro, Blue Reflections Chihiro, and you could get a conversation topic about different flowers, and then text her about it, that sort of thing. Whilst this game doesn't seem to really do that more as much, it uses it, like I said, more as like a tool for side quests. Like you literally, that one. You can press this and you can bring up these. Or you can ask for hints about side quests if you're struggling. What do we need to build a bonfire? Can't have a fire without firewood. Wooden planks should burn nice and easy. We also need to make the use to start the fire. Charcoal, maybe? Ah, gotcha. I'll take a look. Things like that. And then you also have the group chat. The lovely ladies assemble group chat. And you can scroll all the way up, so right at the very start of the game as well if you want. Or like send emojis to each other if you really feel bored. We haven't figured out what on earth the Be Reborn message is yet, but I imagine we won't straight away. This way. Oh, and a nice little trinket as well. I'll show it off super quick. Actually, no, I don't need to because I'll just tell you about it. There's alternate costumes. They aren't... Yeah, best group chat lane. Yeah. There's alternate costumes. Like, they're not the most extravagant. Like, it's... Most of them are DLC as well. But it's like an alternate colour, so like you can flip the colours sort of thing. So it's like someone's got an all... Classic, a good example. Coco, her default is she's in a white shirt. I changed it to a black shirt. Then there's like a sailor uniform, because of course there is. Then there's a beach bikini, because of course there is. Then there's a maid uniform, because of course there is. And then like we unlocked a couple costumes throughout the course of the game as well. Like the swimming costume we unlocked throughout the game. Oh wait, that's wrong objective. We need to go tell the others. This one. I love JRPGs. There's even little things like in the first game, because the school of the first game and this game are very similar. But what I mean by like the difference is that the first game, the camera would be locked like in this position, and then like it would only like slightly swivel like this, and then when you come back, it'd do that, like to kind of replicate it a little. Whilst in this, like the camera's free flowing, so you can kind of wall around everywhere. In the first game, like you had to click a button, and then the camera would come out here, and then you'd transition. Whilst in this, you just walk out, and you can spin the camera and look around. Like the second game is just a lot more open-ended and looser in how it feels in the first. I did stream all of the first if you're interested in looking back and watching the archives, just to see what I mean. That all happened whilst I was in Sleep Town? Of course Yuki fell asleep. But that is a step in the right direction. Reina's heartscape. Actually, I think Reina's in an alternate colour as well. I think her coat's usually brown, and I changed it to like that more greyish colour. What kind of memories we'll see? Reina, why the long face? It's her memories. Of course she's shy. It's nothing. I thought you'd be happy to get your memories back. I do try and keep things organised in playlists. I know it can be a little cluttered because like YouTube's clustering system. Like for me, when I check on my channel, it's all in alphabetical order. So it's easy for me, but I know as a viewer, it's not. It's not. It goes in either order of most recent playlist or in order of most recent addition to a playlist. And so it can be a little awkward sometimes. Especially if there's a lot of playlists. Like I have a playlist for all of my Danganronpa streams, which I did back in January, for example. And it's like... Because they were the first games I streamed, so my quality in general is not as good. Not trying to say that this is like amazing, but it got better as I went on. I got more confident. But it's like for me, like I like going back and watching a couple of them to see how naive I was. And some of it was like, oh, this character will make it. No, they fucking didn't. Yeah, I said Reina's going to be super anxious because it's her memories. You may all be used to it, but isn't it scary? Regaining your memories? Yeah. There's suddenly the straight man of the group, Reina's starting to have some moments of doubt. Scary. She said kawaii. I heard that. She said kawaii. Oh well. The outside world is in chaos because of the ash, isn't it? We may have all been saved, but... What about our families? Our friends? Oh yeah, there's an ongoing thing that the reason why they're in this world might be because the real world is... Yeah. Might be because the outside world is dying. But we don't know that for a fact. Everyone just remembers like an ash rain on the planet, and that's as far as it goes, and then waking up here. So as far as they know, the world could have ended, but they don't know. Which is why, for some of the characters, especially now we know this, like so Reina, she is scared of getting her memories back in case she remembers that something happened to her friends and family. And to be fair, can you blame her? What if we have other people important to us? Utsubo, Kasuga, and Shirai all had people like that. Hi. I'm more surprised that Reina's having an outburst like this. Because she is the very calm, cold collector. And so to having her like outburst like this is crazy. Yeah, holding something so big without going into detail. Yeah. Exactly. Like, is that such a worrying thing? And it's like, hey, do you want to get your memories back? Even though it might be all this. You're like, like I'd hesitate. They're alive. Hoshizaki. Everyone is safe hiding in shelters, just like us. Do you have any other choice than to believe that? There's no way to know if they're dead or alive until we get our memories back and learn about what's happening to our world. Rather than sitting here moping, we should find the truth. That's what I think. Though I guess that's easy for me to say when I don't remember the stuff you all do. Yeah, Owl's the only exception. Owl has her normal memories, but doesn't remember the Ash Rain. So she's a weird outlier. Like, everyone else remembers the Ash Rain, but nothing else. She remembers everything else, but not the Ash Rain. So it's just why like Owl became a bit of an an oddity, and Yuzu, was the one standing up in the background. Yuzu is making a protective bubble around this domain we're in. Like, she's the one that made this little subspace planet that we're in, this little island. She has trouble trusting us because of our difference in memory. She's always standoffish with Owl because of the difference in memory compared to everyone else. Where everyone else had no memories but the Ash Rain, she remembers everything else. Like, she remembers going to school, she remembers dropping her phone one day, that she remembers being with friends and family. She just doesn't remember some world-ending rain coming in and her waking up here. She just ended up here. The truth. Yuzu, that's her in the back standing up. One of the two that's protecting this realm. I think I'm beginning to understand you, Hoshizaki. Eh? You're a real woman of action. You think so? Yeah, and you're decisive. And there's Hinako on the left. She's the protagonist of the first game. I think you have the qualities of a real leader. You actually remind me of someone. Me? No way. I'm barely thinking half the time. That's not true. So she remembers everything before, everyone else remembers everything after. Yes. That's exactly it. It makes Ao Hoshizaki an outlier. Or not. Yeah, I knew what you meant, dude. Yeah, you always make sure to check up on people when you have the chance. That's true. Even last night In that case, let's make our leader. Wait, Yuki's also the other strange outlier, but for a different reason. Everyone else can use the rings on their finger to summon weapons and transform into their not Sailor Moon version of themselves to fight monsters. Yuki's the only character that can't fight. She can't summon a weapon. She doesn't have a form. She's the only one that's like a normal girl out of everyone here. And even though she's a complete light-hearted, free-going goofball, there has been a couple moments where you can tell it kind of bothers her that she's the only one that can't fight. Especially when the game first started and we had a smaller cast, because we've met more people as it's gone on. There was like a team of 4, and the other 3 would go out to fight, and she'd have to stay at home and do all the housework, and it bugged her. So that's something else that's been like a weird thread of the game. It's like, why can't Yuki summon any of her powers? If the power comes to those who wear the ring and can just think about what they want, why can't she do it if she's got the ring? Leader? No way. I don't. I concur. Lena. I agree as well. Oh, right, it wouldn't be a JRPG if someone was designated team leader. Yeah, me too. You guys. Yuzu, what do you think? The person who doesn't trust Ao. That's what everyone's decided. I have no reason to object. Yeah, she's still like, I don't agree, but oh well. Leader? I'm the leader? Oh, there's the leitmotif again. Creeping into another track. They all approve of me. If even someone like me can be helpful to others. Okay, I'll do it. Yay! I'll go ahead and prepare myself for the Heartscape, leader. Hey, cut it out. It's embarrassing when you call me that. Aw, look at all the little smiley faces. Anyways, now we have our plan. I wonder what it'll be like. Maybe we'll find some new kind of ingredients there. Something tells me we're all gonna find is all we're gonna find is healthy food. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? Be careful. You're not coming, Yuzu? I used all of my power in creating this world. I can't fight. Besides, don't you think it's best someone stays at the school in case another crack appears? I'll send you a message if anything happens. Gotcha. We'll see you later. Let's get ready and get moving. Oh, it nearly started playing then. Okay, we could do that, but there's a little icon here above Yuki's head. She wants to go on a date. Where do you want to go, little missy? Captain Owl! Don't call me Captain Owl. Where do you want to go? I'll take a look at the telescope. It'll get dirty if we just leave it. I love this, that you can take people on dates. It's generally my favourite. For a game with all the flavour text as well, the fact that they have, at the very least, 100 dates, because there's a trophy for getting at least 100 unique dates, and all of them have unique little dialogue and exchanges that you can interact with, and, like, it will give you dialogue options with, like, they went kind of crazy compared to, like, the first game. I kid you not, the first game I finished it in like 6 or 7 streams. We're in chapter 4 of this, and there's at least 12 chapters. Like, this game is eons bigger than the last one. It's why after this stream I'm going to be going to Castlevania for a couple streams, just to kind of break it up a little bit. Oh, have you ever stargazed with a telescope like this? I've been to a planetarium, or I couldn't see it from where I lived. I couldn't see any stars from where I lived. That makes sense. You lived in the city, right? What about where you lived? I could see quite a few, actually. I used my telescope all the time. You had a telescope, Yuki? That's kind of cool. You're pretty into stargazing, huh? Yeah, I love it. The way the stars change with the season, it's lots of fun. What can you see in the winter? So what can you see in the winter? In the winter? Sirius maybe? The one in Canis Major? Alright, no worries, dude. You take care of yourself. I won't be streaming tomorrow. I'm taking Sunday off just to kind of recoup. And then on Monday, it'll be Castlevania Symphony of the Night. And then Tuesday, assuming it's Tuesday it drops, it'll be starting the Genshin update. And the Genshin streams will be however long it takes me to get through the content of the update. Because I made that mistake in 2.6 in saying, I'll get it all done in one stream. I did not get it all done in one stream. It had to be 2. Yeah, the first game is a bit stiffer and shorter and whatnot, but I enjoyed it. But this game is, I'm really having a blast with this. Like, this game is phenomenal in my opinion. It's a soul food game. I think it's the easiest way to put it. Like, it's a real like you know, like sometimes you get that odd post on Twitter and it's like to cleanse the timeline. Like, this is it in video game form. All right, you take care, dude. In the winter, Sirius maybe? The one in Canis Major? I think I've heard of that one. It's the brightest star in the night sky. You can even see it from the city. The sky is really clear in the winter, so you can see the stars really well. But stargazing outside in the winter, it sounds cold. Well, yeah, that's why you have to take drastic heating measures. But don't knock it till you try it. Stargazing with a nice hot cup of coffee is the best. You know a lot about stars, huh? Pretty much. I may be a bad student, but I know a lot about this stuff. You're not a bad student, Yuki. Don't be so harsh on yourself. You're a little prankster, but you're not a bad kid. No, I'll sympathize. Oh, I totally get that. Learning about stuff you like is way easier than learning stuff at school. Definitely. I just don't know why I'm so bad at studying, though. Oh, she's saying because she doesn't pay much attention to her studies that she's bad. Oh, I was saving up for the ether boosts. She's on 7. Yeah, my nose is getting a bit weird. Actually, what was that fragment we got as well? Decreases likelihood of statuses. Now we're good with what we got. Can we make? I mean, we need to make that cauldron as well, actually, so we can advance the riser. So we'll do a little bit more risers, as I said we would. And I kind of just barely touched upon it and then left after talking a whole bunch. Is it only like safe, like unique place to put it? Because yeah, the telescope's there. Alright, we'll put it here. We're gonna have to start getting rid of things soon. All done! Oh my god, look how excited Yuki is on the left. Look at that, she's like she's just a giant child. Oh, what are you going to do with this? Alchemy, of course. How? You're thinking about it the wrong way, Reina. Excuse me. We have to feel it. The power of alchemy are always within you. This is insane. About the cauldron. You may change the Riser's hardscape by using the required items. You can clear the path to go further into our hardscape and maybe even open up a path to a hidden item. Try accessing it now. Okay. I bet they're going to be more complicated later. Oh my god, look at Yuki. Oh my god. Oh, there she goes. Got caught, Missy. Wait, one to cauldron and... Whoa! See, I told you nothing would... Seriously? I knew it! I was right! Let's go back to Riser's hardscape. Okay, we don't have any flaming black sand. We have one of them though, so we must have got it from something. Actually, let's pick up that. That's lingering down here. Are you kidding? You're a mid-year transfer student with a mysterious past. My journalist instincts are running. Oh, that's Arco! You must be an agent from some foreign country or another planet, or maybe a hero in disguise. You're going to need to check your sources. I'm not a transfer student. Huh? Circumstances beyond my control came from attending. Yeah, and that's Hina. Hina. Oh, I've got the story here too. That was Arco and Hina, how they first met. Oh, we're way over leveled for that. Whoops. Okay, we get it from here. Okay, so we can go over that way, but we can't get to there until we unlock something. And we can't unlock that shortcut until we get something. And I'm so excited to do Symphony in the Night. I've been wanting to do it all week. It's just my health been so meh. And it's still not perfect now, but it's like... Just because of how big this is, for the sake of spicing it up, it would be good to do. And it's been quite a while since I've last gone through Symphony. Which is part of the reason why I'm looking forward to it, because I don't remember everything. It's been, like, I'd say it's probably been like 3 or 4 years, actually, since I last played through it. So some parts of it are going to be, like, slightly out of my memory. I'll have to kind of feel it out as we go. I remember some things. Like, there are a couple crazy secrets that I remember that I will want to show off. Like, I know about the clock tower and like the hidden weird room in the opening hall where you need both the wolf and the bat. I can't remember which order it is with the wolf on the back, whether you enter with wolf and exit with bat, or whether you enter with bat and leave with wolf, but one or the other. Because there's an interesting secret in the opening room where you have to do that to open up a secret department. There's a lot of like super well hidden secret rooms. It's why the completion percentage for the game to max out the map isn't like a clean 100%. It's 200.6 because it's actually 100.3, and then you have the inverse castle, which is the entire game again, but upside down, which adds another 100%. Oh, that enemy's faster than me. Okay, interesting. Well, keep that in mind then. Not only are they a threat, but they're fast, and they keep on pushing me back. Element recovery as well, so we'll give it to you. We need to kill one of these enemies because it's getting a bit hectic. Nice. She get knocked down again. Oh my god. Give the girl a minute. She's on one, like she's on like the lowest level that she can be still, and the other two are transformed, and they started at a lower like rank than she does at the start of a fight. For goodness sake! Okay, no matter what, make sure you go first in a fight. Just make sure you go first in a fight. I understand. Oh, more flaming black sand. We need that. So I wonder if this is one of those then. Like, this will open up and lead to a path to get us down there. I mean, it does look like there's a connector over there anyway, so we'll see. Motorbike passes by. Good old Mundo. Yeah, go away, big guy. You're the warrior. We need to get from behind if we're gonna deal with you. Okay, let me just get in there. I was like, I'll just wait and try and bait it out. No, we'll get pushed back too much. Trying to get a double attack in there. It's not worth it. Just get in there. Get in there and act before we get demolished again. Oh, I didn't get the heal in. I will have to pause at some point soonish because I need to do something for my mum quickly. But I'll just get to the next like cutscene bit, and then after that I'll pause for a minute just to go do that. It looks like I'm boiling. I'm really like feeling the heat today, so taking a minute to kind of like go outside and do something else to cool down would probably help. Yeah, please heal people. Okay. Oh, it had to load for a second there. Did you see that? It stops on that bit. It had to load. Oh. I guess with the DLC dungeon and all these actions taking place as well, there is a lot going on. Oh, and we actually finally got to see if someone transforms a second time on a single dungeon visit, it will skip the animation. So Shio transformed as well during that, and we just didn't watch it. The materials are going up to spill it. If there's a boss at the end of this area, I'm kind of worried for how dangerous it'll be, considering how dangerous the normal enemies are. And I imagine there will be. I imagine this will be like a full dungeon of its own. Yeah, and the path's cleared. The thing that was blocking the path is gone. Who knew we were so good at alchemy? I don't know if this counts as alchemy. Then what would you say alchemy is, huh? Explain yourself. Whatever, guess we can call this alchemy. I like how because it's a DLC dungeon and they don't know when you'll access it, it's only the opening 4. Even though I'm pretty sure Shio has to be in your party before you even get to this point anyway, so they could have at least included her in this. I mean, it's nice to see like the starting 4 like this, but at the same time, it's like, yeah, I'm sure you could have justified including a couple more people. See, that's what I mean. Like, I'm waiting for it to reach 2. It's like it's not gonna happen. Or not gonna happen as often as I'd like because of this. Because of these enemies being so aggressive on it. Okay, you're in the way. We have to do it. Nice. Ooh, everyone's poisoned. Okay, I need to kind of get on the ball then. Hey, so the coconut's up to level 3 and she just snaps to it. Okay, so yeah, but you literally just, there is no animation. It doesn't even have to like pretend it's like a small one. It just hard cuts to it. Or like hard cuts it in. So this is another path that should be blocked. Let me just get this first. Yes, we can't do anything about this just yet. We have to do something else to open it. So we're going down here instead. Let's heal up as well. Okay, I was curious about that. So if I have something that has like an extra bonus to it outside of battle, does it carry into the fight, or does it only work if you carry in? But no, you can. Ow! You can see that it does. Let me knock down recovery. And then knock out, knock down. Do I not have anything for knockdown? Uh-oh. Do this then. Wait, why is L on 1? Is it the knockdown that lowered her back down to 1? Because she's supposed to start on 2. I can imagine it is the knockdown that did it. Yeah, I'm going to get that memory thing that's at the bottom of this, and then I'm going to vanish for just a minute. I'll keep the stream going, obviously. That's cool. What do you think will happen to the holder? You're overthinking things, Reina. Is this a friend of yours, boss? Hey, what are you talking about? It's me. Did you already forget me? Wait, Tao, is that you? Right, I'm going to pause here. I'll be back in just a minute. But BRB. Right, I'm back. Sorry about that, I just had to go do too much. Damage to weakness, okay. Hope you've enjoyed the tranquil music, let's carry on. But there's no way in hell we're going to get this whole dungeon done in one stream. Now we know how much more of a brutal challenge it is. But if we can make some headway in it and go from there, like we can alternate, like we can do this stream in here, and if we don't get it done, I'm Patricia Alberheim, but you can call me Patty. Very pleased to meet you. We can do the main story in the next stream and then come back to just a stream after sort of thing and alternate until we do this DLC. Because I didn't realise it was going to be because it looks like, especially because it says first layer, that's the big one for me. That will be the transition point up there. Like we'll unlock like a the more dungeon-esque design area. And we're going to be backing and forthing a lot anyway because of the nature of having to, you know, build your way forward. Alright, good. We stopped it from doing anything reckless. What's that bee enemy doing on the timeline? Look at it. Why is it transitioning closer and closer? There we go. Was it just have to reset something? It was charging up. I think we need to start accepting we're not good. We can't survive here. We're in trouble. We can't survive here. We need to. This enemy's too strong. Oh, I timed that poorly. I think she's just gonna get. Oh! Yeah, she did get killed again. Damn. Save that girl, please. Yeah, this is way too dangerous for us. That was a, oh my god, that was a monument. Let's come back to DLC. Let's come back to DLC. We're not ready for here. We need to accept that it's too much of an uphill battle to get anywhere. Okay, we only got one more. Let's go see if we can make some new healing items. There. How many are there? Oh, it doesn't tell us. I was gonna say, how many of those the memory things are in Risers? Ooh. Let's go to Raina's. Let's see what we get here. Industrial. Okay. It's the sea. And submerged. Okay. The ocean air. I love how it smells. It actually feels like the real sea. This is something of your memory, Raina. I feel like I've seen this place before. That was quick. This place is... What are you doing here? Oh, watching the sea. Yuki and Reina knew each other before this. That's cute. The sea, huh? Having fun? Oh, really? Who are you anyway? Me? Well, I'm Yuki Kinjo. Those two knew each other before this. Yuki? I thought that this was Miyachi's hardscape, wasn't it? Yuki being in your memories here would have mean that you knew each other in the other world. Kinjo and I. This is one of those connections between reflectors. Then if we find all Reina's memories, we may learn about Yuki too. Let's keep going. That's exciting. I want to be here more. What? Oh. You okay, Yuki? Must have been quite the surprise. Yeah, a bit. It's okay. We're here with you. We'll take it slow. Yeah, thanks, Kokoro. Smell the sea. It's so invigorating. Oh wow, yeah, we got the whole beach to run across by the looks of it. Glass fiber, okay. I think we needed that for something. We're going to be way too over level for these things because of the time we spent in the Riser dungeon, but it's fine. Can you go surfing and stuff here? Oh wait, it is a whole beach. We're going to go across this and clear out this, and then we'll go down the steps. Don't turn around, thank you. Oh, you can see its spine. Oh, I didn't even notice that at first. Good slime man has a bag. That was quick. Okay, yeah, the difference, huh? The difference from the last one to this one. And then Reina is still catching up with us in, like, level-wise. But she's not getting left behind. Oh, where would you check? Yeah, she's still the same level. I'm running across the road. That's awful! Looking at a scene like this makes you think that no one should ever drive at all. Being able to drive would make things much more convenient, though. We'd blast our way through the hardscape in no time. Exactly. On this kind of terrain, we'd definitely get into an accident. But still, don't you think it'd be fun to go for a drive with everyone? Well, I suppose that might be nice. Oh, Crimson. Oh, hello! What? I don't even think we got it. No, we didn't. Damn. You might hear it's warm weather, so you might hear like gardening every now and then out in the back, but hopefully it should be all right. That shouldn't be too apparent. Like I can hear it, but it doesn't necessarily mean the mic can. Or at least that's what I'm hoping. It's just I haven't got my window open because it'd make too much noise, but I've got my wooden door. We need that for crafting. The door to this room is the door, and that's open, just so I can try and get a little air to move around a bit more and cool it down as a whole. God, there's a lot of enemies down here. No way! I thought it was cool if people surfed here. That sounds like something Yuki would say. Can we go surfing and stuff here? Probably not. The waves aren't here very tall. Aw, really? That's too bad. It's Kinjo, right? Do you know how to surf, Kinjo? No way. I just thought it'd be cool if people surfed here. I see. That's going to be cute. We're going to get see the origin of their friendship. And maybe like us learning about Yuki will finally let her be playable. So it'll be a way of them having another new character, but just not quite, you know? That'd be cool. I want to see how Yuki would play if when she becomes playable, considering her personality. Like, how would like such a little prankster gremlin play? Would she be like a box of tricks kind of character? You've already seen us, there's no point stealthing. Actually, I think that might be exactly what it is. At least I'm hoping. Like, we do this dungeon, and it's like through the extension of like Reina connecting to Yuki, Yuki finally like gets to get access to her powers because she like gets that last piece of the puzzle. Or something. Why did you turn him down? Oh. Where's that conversation? Oh, well, never mind. The beach. People stopped coming here since the ash started falling. People will be... This may be the hardscape, but beaches in the real world have become just as deserted. I see. I can see something in the distance. I wonder what's beyond the sea. You want to swim out there? Let's not. We probably wouldn't be able to get back. Oh yeah, it does kind of look like stuff other than the windmills is way off in the distance. Well, there's that leitmotif. I heard it in the background of this track. It was a lot quieter, but it's there. Oh, come on! We're that close. Come on, just die. Well, you're not going to do anything else at this point. You're on 1 HP. What are you? Uh-oh. One of my classmates told me he likes me. What? Jeez, you're loud. That's great! Turned him down. What? I'm gonna go deaf because of you. Why did you turn him down? I mean, I didn't like him. When I told him that, he got so angry. What was his problem? I was just being honest. That's normal, I guess. People don't really want honesty. They want to be let down easy. Oh, okay, no, that's a boss enemy. I was like, why is that one glowing? Yeah, he's in the way. He's, hey, the level checker. Because I feel like that's what it is. Starting as early as, like, actually, even the first dungeon, it felt like there was, like, a bunch of just little level checkers here and there, just to see, make sure you're still paying attention and things are going well. And they've just got more and more as it's gone on. So, I get it, it's exactly what they are. They're level checkers. It's just that most of the time they're just beefed up normal enemies. And then we get the main boss at the end. I want to stop some words when I see something like this. Oh, the whole karate habits die hard. Alright, then let's fight you and then get onto this big rock. Oh god, I saw its skull too. It's got like its whole vertebrae in there. I'm noticing more about this creepy thing as it goes on. I really wish I didn't. And it's over. Okay, great mini boss. Thanks for playing. See what I mean? Like, it's just a beefed up enemy. So if you know what you're doing, it's fine. Might be pretty expensive. Wonder if we can get a load of this. Pretty tight. I bet Yuki wouldn't have any trouble getting through here. Ah, that was great. Oh, you're weak to these as well. It's okay. We're fine. We can do the basic slash. We don't need to worry about weaknesses straight away. We're gonna be a-okay, you know? Just call it a hunch. Oh, motorbike passing by. There it goes. Thanks, Mondo. You came for round 2. Let's see what this one is. You know, when you have a lot on your mind and get stressed out, there's one simple way to get rid of all of it. Allow me to teach you. What are you... Breathe in deep and... What are you doing? Come on, try it. What? Fine. Dumbass! That was great. That actually felt pretty good, right? Okay, that's cute. They bonded over rain, like slowly but surely. Like it's the whole defrosting Ice Queen story, where she was very like stubborn, like had a very like fixed way of seeing things, and Yuki, just being the absolute goofball that she is, eventually kind of like got it out of her. Hopefully that means Reina as a whole will start mellowing out a little bit more after we do this. It's not that she's uptight. I think that's the wrong way of putting it. Like, I noticed it. Like, I've been saying it all game. She's the straight man of the group. She's just make sure everyone stays in line, and obviously still have that, but just make it so she can be a little bit more let things happen, a little bit looser here and there. Because we have seen it. We've seen like parts of it where she's been tempted and she's just kind of pulled back, or like things like her having a fear of a lot of things that she tries to pretend she doesn't. Oh, they're both weak to this. Okay. Why did that do like no damage? What happened? Ow. Oh, Hina's definitely completely caught up by now. Despite starting so many levels behind. It's the nature of anything though. Oh shit, we need a bunch of them. I'm glad that was a free piece. Please tell me it's like a free piece of the wooden dolls then while we're at it. Okay, no, but that's still cool. We'll reach the end of this first zone, go back and make those things. No idea where we're going to bloody put them considering everything else we have to worry about, but we'll see. Because we need like, I don't know if there is, because we'll find out as we go, but we need like a full-on, like upgrade the school grounds in its entirety or something, so we can have more slots to put stuff down. I get that you have to limit it to an extent, but when you're going to have so many things to build, and so many of them be significant to like dates or like minor events or whatnot, it'd be nice if we didn't have to worry about them. It's why I was hoping there'd be more one-off things, like the fireworks would like maybe go on the roof, or the telescope as well, or you know, like how the hot air balloon's on the docks, but it's separate, like it's in a unique space, things like that. We need more of them, just so then we don't have to worry about them. We just put them down, and it's like they serve their purpose. Ow. Ow. Ooh, almost. I think there's anything else in this space. There's one more enemy, but fuck it, yeah, we'll fight it. That's it once again. It didn't. Is it because it timed its attack to have like a damage resistance, so it ignored it? There we go. So it might just be it's lining up, and that's why it was avoiding it. Nice. Okay, and that's where the next zone is, across there. Hang on, I only just noticed our objective has gone back to Riser. There we go. So it'd be nice because like when we get the advantage, Owl starts right from the start, and I'm guessing whoever you set as your main is just like that. But it's just her. Like it'd be nice if I could make it so the whole party starts on like the 1, just so we can get these fights moving a bit quicker. Because it wouldn't matter for boss fights, it's just for the normal encounters. But they're like some of the small things. Like, assuming there isn't like a fragment that changes that, just small things that I would change if there's a third game. Which I really hope there is, because this is such a charming game. Okay, we'll clear up this space. So once we get to the next zone, we unlock the quick travel for it. So then we'll go do that, then get back and make those new things. And pray to God that at least one of them is in a unique spot, so we don't have to worry about it so much. Ow. And I want to try and do a little bit more before I wrap up. I know we're approaching, like, getting closer to that 3-hour mark where I usually kind of call it. Well, like, anywhere between 3 to 4. But I want to try and go on for a little bit just because I know I'm taking tomorrow off. And I won't be coming back to this until after Vania and Genshin. Oh, I see. It heals. That's why it was doing it. Oh, loading again. There we go. I think it's because someone else is kicked off at the exact same time. Or tried to. No? Okay. So I thought it looked like Coco's tried to kick off at the exact same like frame almost. But there's a lot of goddamn enemies here. Do you move? Or are you just there to be an obstacle? Oh, you're there to be an obstacle, got it. Thank you. And even if I'm not gonna be, you know, streaming this game, like for a couple streams after this, so I will come back to it, and I'll come back to it soon. I won't be, you know, just abandoning it or anything. It's not like that. It's just there's other things coming around next week because we're entering June. June's going to be crazy, so it's like just to be on it. Because like the Genshin update's on the 1st, or I think it's on the 1st. We were talking about it earlier, but it might be on Tuesday, it might be on Wednesday, but we'll see because they usually drop on like Wednesday mornings in the UK. But I know because of the delays and whatnot, things are different, so it's a bit we're less sure of what day it will be, which is why it was talked about earlier. But it's like that will drop either on Tuesday or Wednesday. But on the 2nd is the opening of like the gaming season, because like that's like the Sony State of Play, and then there's something on the 3rd, like the Geek Week is like later in the week, which is gonna have Sonic Prime info. The Summer Games Fest is coming up on like the 9th, I think. But you know what I mean? Like it's gonna be a bit of a crazy week for announcements and stuff next week. And I'm excited for it. I don't know what it'll do with my streaming schedule because I'm gonna want to watch them. I imagine most of them being, you know, from the UK and like them being more focused for a US audience. They'll be on super late for me anyway. So it'll be after I stream, so it's not the end of the world. But still. And it's like, as much as I don't really don't really care for like, a lot of Xbox's first parties, I'm obviously going to watch the Xbox thing just to see what gets announced that might be a third party that I might be interested in. Because the Xbox have a habit of like pulling in some kind of big guns when they want to. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if like there's a Capcom game that gets announced, because we're still waiting on Itsuno's new game that he's been working on since DMC5 wrapped up, which I'm like 99% certain is going to be Dragon's Dogma 2. And so I wouldn't be surprised, just like with Devil May Cry 5, it gets announced at a Xbox thing. Hey, look! That voice just now. It was Yuki's. The sea's pretty, isn't it? You get used to it living by this close. Hey, is it really so hard to just lie and agree with me? Lie, huh? What's wrong? I don't really understand lying. You mean you don't understand lying? What's that supposed to mean? I mean, I'm not the type to lie. So you're super honest. That's a good thing. Are you good at lying, Kincho? Never really thought about it. But you know, there are such a thing as good lies and bad lies. I don't think it's such a bad thing to tell good lies. At least pretend you're interested. Sorry, it's just, I think this is the first time I've ever seen you talk about something seriously. Hey, I'm always serious. That certainly sounded like Miyachi and Yuki. They even talk like that now. I get it now. I always thought you two got along well. It must be because you were so close before. This is embarrassing. How about it, Yuki? Do you remember anything? No, nothing. Got it. Seems like there's no effect unless it's your Heartscape. We'll have to wait for Yuki's Heartscape to get her memories. But it's cute that your best friend gets to be right next to you and see your memories of them. They're sort of like, oh, you care about me that much? Oh, okay. You know? Oh, wow. Oh, okay. The bloom's kind of in full force, sure, but this is beautiful. Okay, let's have a look at this. Okay, it kind of swiggles around a bit, but it gets there. So we are going to head on back and make the new stuff. Oh shit, alright. What's your request? If my cooking's missing something? Huh? What are you talking about? It's always delicious. That's not what I meant. I guess if I had to say something, it would have been a lot of sweet stuff. Maybe it's nice to switch things up a bit. Something savoury then. Maybe like mapo tofu? That might be a bit extreme. Exactly, we could use a little spice in our lives. I need to ask, would you mind gathering the ingredients? This might seem like an extreme first step, but I'm pretty interested to try your mapo tofu. I can't really picture what a train platform would look like. What kind of materials do we need? Oh, okay, that's the hint for that. Reina, you don't look good. You don't look so good recently. Are you feeling alright? I'm fine. I feel completely healthy physically. It's just, I realised I can't be helped since we all living together, but there's not much privacy to be had here. But it's not good to be so stressed out either. Well, what if I made a place for you to have some privacy? A room would be boring. Maybe a tent? A tent? That's not a terrible idea for you, Hoshizaki. Although that comment stung a bit, I'll help you out, Reina. Let's see what we can make then. Oh, fuck. Okay, we got a room problem. We'll get rid of this. Because I don't think there's any way we can put it on the gate, unfortunately. Yeah, no. That's the one that's the experience boost slightly. And we're doing okay on experience, so yeah, we'll drop that. What do you think? Looks pretty nice if I do say so myself. So this is a bonfire. You like it? I love it. It's odd. All it is a pile of wood going up in flames. But there's something so nice about it. Yeah. Gazing into a fire is bringing up all these strange feelings. I want to share them with someone. I'm happy to listen. There's a lot I want to share too. Alright, where should we start? We talked about all sorts of things. I feel like Hinako's emotions were seared into me by the heat of the flames. Nice. Oh, you use fuel to keep it going. Well, we'll come back to that. That's interesting. And does that open up a date? Yes, it does. Let's do this because cause I might be swapping it off pretty soon. Because 10%, like 10 points, is not the most helpful. Should we go check out that bonfire? Doesn't look like there's anywhere else that she's interested in going to beforehand. No. Okay, we'll just go straight to it then.
Yes.
Glad we ended up making this fire. Really captures the camping vibe. I want to try roasting all kinds of things. You mean food? Bingo. Like roasted yams? I don't think those are in season. Just that just makes us trendsetters, Hinako. I'd rather eat things when they're at their tastiest. Seasons are there for a reason, you know. Anyhow, we don't have any yams or squid, so we'll have to make do with other things. Good thing we'll have some things that you can't just eat by roasting them. I ate way too much. I feel like everything tasted even better than usual. I wonder why. It's not like we're eating anything different from what we're usually eating. It's because we made it ourselves? It's because we made it ourselves? I guess it is as simple as that. Maybe I should start cooking more instead of always making the others cook. Want to join me? That sounds I mean, sure. I heard that. I wonder if this is what summer camp is like. Maybe not too far off. I was just thinking, if I knew summer camp was this much fun, maybe I would have gone. Now that I can't dance anymore, it feels like all these competitions were for nothing. Doing all these fun activities with everyone makes me think about everything I gave up. And here I thought I had come to terms with that. Wouldn't you have regretted skipping ballet to go though? Definitely, you already know me, don't you? I'd rather remember my time as being fun. I want to be able to say that I tried my best.
Yes.
Ow, let's do some sparklers. I'm glad Hinako's perked up. Oh, she's okay. It looked like she was cleaning it. There's so much charm in just the little things. Okay, we do have. I was gonna say we got. I think we're running out of planks and cloth. Oh Jesus, we need to start crafting some of this stuff. Oh God damn it! We gotta find somewhere to put it. We had a tree. Hang on. So we have a tree there already, don't we? I need to go outside and check things and see what I'm prepared to give up for this. There are only festival tickets. Need to kind of keep that for a minute. We never turn that on, but people might want it. Fireworks. I said it is the tree we have out front, isn't it? Yeah. We can't replace these. Damn it. So we need more. We need to be able to craft stuff down here. What am I feeling? I think I know what I'll get rid of. Just make sure there's no one else that wants anything from me. Because there might be someone that goes, oh, do you want to do something with the thing I'm about to get rid? Hang on, let me make another sturdy cloth and make the tent first. Actually, can I just craft it normal? Before immediately assuming I need that.
今日はこれの気分任せといて頑張るよどれにしましょうどれを使おうどれを使う始めようできたどれにしようかなこれにしようはいはいどれにしかどれを使う
Oh, there it is. I was like, I'm sure there's something that we have like 10 ton of. I always try and make it so we have at least one of each resource, just in case of emergencies, but still. Let's go use them. Wow, this smells amazing. Let's give it a little taste test. Jesus Christ, is it motorbike season? It's the third one in an hour. Oh, it tastes great. And spicy! I'm sorry, I went all overboard trying to make up for all the sweets we've been eating. Why? Don't force yourself, I'll make you another. Actually, this is pretty addictive. You okay? It may sound a bit strange coming from the one who made it, but you'll get sick if you eat so much. I know, but I just can't stop. So spicy, so good. I'm gonna go get you some water. That sound effect's gonna go on forever. Yeah, so it needs actually, it'll keep on going until it's actually interrupted. Oh, it has a set effect. Ah, fuck, it's another big one. Dun, 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 dun. What do you think, Reina? Not bad, right? Oh, it's pretty spacious. I think I might be able to relax in here. Woohoo! My hard work paid off. Thanks, Hoshizaki. Looks like this looks like the perfect place to take a breather. I owe you. Are you praising me? I also accept head pats if you... No. Figures. Defense and ult resistance up, but ether recovery speed down. No, no, that's kind of shit. No, I'm good. The ether recovery speed's kind of rough. It's already not as fast as I want it to be. Last thing I wanted to slow it down further. Oh, do you want to go to it? Yep, she wants to go see the tent. There's a tent set up. Do you think it'd be okay for me just going? Oh, there's no one else. Why not? You want to check it out? Oh wow! I didn't even notice the light show for this new dungeon. I bet that's gonna be later on in it then for the dungeon. That just makes it even more beautiful. Holy shit! Aww. Oh, are you asleep? Yep. Then wake up. Fine. It's a bit tight, huh? I'm closer, Yuki. I'm getting any close without touching you. Guess I'll just have to cuddle you. I don't mind. I was just messing around. Ah, now I'm all embarrassed. I take it back. Aww. Different ceiling from normal. Different air from normal. And an owl by my side. You know, this is nice. All I did was sleep somewhere different. Yeah, it feels kind of special. Have you ever gone camping, Al? Yeah, a few times with my family. Oh, really? Are you the outdoorsy type then? Not so much, but my family is. Maybe that's what makes it feel extra special. What do you mean? Well, this kind of thing doesn't just happen on its own. You have to choose to do it, you know? So I thought that makes it feel special. Yeah, that's true. Yuki, thanks for hanging out with me today. Ah, you don't have to thank me. I had fun too. Yes, she's on 11. We can give someone else better speed. Sure. Just 8 points to burn. It's 16, Jesus Christ. Okay. Okay, we got speed of the ordering when supporting. You need this. That you need that. So that's amazing. And what was the other one? Gain memories, increase duration of inflicted status elements. Okay, I'm not that fussed about that one. Anyone else want to go camping before I potentially put it away because it's kind of meh? There's going to be a point, when we get all the characters, there'll be a point where I'll just have to cycle through everything. Just to see what dates pop up. You know, or the game could be nice and like give me some more room. Like, you know, like upgrade the facility. Just upgrade the actual school. Because as it stands, it's going to replace the tent. Because the tent's kind of not great. Getting crowded again. It's incredible. It's like a real train platform. I made a bench too. Want to have a seat? If only a train would come, that'd be perfect. The platform is more than enough. I feel like I'm about to take a trip somewhere. Since the school is surrounded by water, I can't even get away even if I wanted to. But at least now I can sit here and imagine the outside world. True. Increase attack by 15% and ether recovery by 15 on skill use, but decreases defense by 25? That's kind of steep. I'll think about it. Let's go to that train station platform when I can speak. Oh, there's optional dialogue. There's detour. Where is it? Workroom. Have you noticed that some of the chairs in the school are all torn up? Yeah, I'd really like to do something about them. How? I could redo the upholstery. Oh, unless you'd be okay with being them covered in patches. We need some pretty big patches. Bet that would make them look super fancy though. What's the matter? I was thinking that we could use a bit more variety in the dinnerware department. Should we go look for something in the storage space? I suppose so. If you have a bit of a kiln, I could have made some myself. If Shio starts making all of her tableware too. Oh, and there's another one. God damn it, we need to go back in. There's that leitmotif going again. What are all these containers filled with? Coffee beans and tea leaves. Wow, there are so many kinds. There are. It's my prized collection from all across the Heartscape. Wow, I'll bring you some if I find any out there myself. That'd be wonderful. That's it, okay. Out we go to the beautiful. It's weird being in a station with no people, huh? You think? I've seen it quite often, actually. It's probably because I always rode the train during rush hour. Oh, I'm not a fan of rush hour. You have to search the whole train just to find a seat. I don't think a train where you can find a seat at all counts as rush hour. Yeah, if when you're scrunched up holding onto something for dear life. If you could go anywhere you wanted using this station, where would you go? Somewhere with hot springs? Ah, that would be nice. Relaxing all day in your room and taking a dip whenever you feel like it. That sounds awesome. Could I join you? Well, I should look at a little mischievous face on her again. Of course, I'll be sure to invite you when I go. That's right, no matter how long we wait, the train isn't coming. I always loved watching the scenery go by from the window. Yeah, me too. It's crazy that we can go to different places and see different scenery without moving ourselves. Walking is quite tiring. With trains, all we have to do is stand for a few minutes and we've arrived. If only there was a train that could take us around school. I think we can at least walk that much. Well, I guess I'll leave it for now because there's something else there, but it's like I might put the tent back there and yank that out of storage and replace that, because that train station, the 50% defense decrease is kind of brutal. I know it's something you have to activate first, but still. Like the tent, I'd rather the tent. Let's just place. HP in attack by 10, HP in defense, increases damage dealt by 5%, and increases crit rate by 10 and damage by 10. Okay, so that's... So we've got all of them set. So yeah, that is the best one to have for now. There's something else left to construct. Can we upgrade some stuff that I'd want to upgrade? We reinforce. Boom, 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 boom. I wonder what the highest level is. Need 3 solid fuel. I guess we're going to get that on Mars later on then. Cauldron. Dun dun dun. I love this track. I like almost every single time we get to that little bit with the violin, I hum it along like without even thinking about it. I didn't realize how much I genuinely love that track until I keep on humming it. I'm gonna save it for fragment slot. Death God Strike sounds really exciting, don't get me wrong, but I'm gonna wait. And you've got 14 to burn. I think they're a good two to nab. And we picked up a new fragment as well. Decreases damage taken during one-on-ones. Okay, we don't need that. Because we're talented gamers, and we won't get hit on 1v1s. And there's no one else that wants anything from us before we go. And we're also all on top of... Okay. What do we need to advance more of this? Okay, 3 more of that. Takoyaki. Is it always a takoyaki? Yeah, okay. Alright, let's get back to it. To the beautiful coastal cliffs. God, the bloom. I like looking at the stars. Yeah, I feel like the stars are going to be important considering how big they are on the like the dungeon preview. Because I feel bad for not having Reina in the party, but the party I've got so effective at what they're doing. And like Reina's biggest thing is that she wasn't a damage dealer, she's a dedicated support. And it's like the damage dealers these guys are just does what it needs to do too much for me. Yeah, I know it's weird. So I can see on the mini-map there's something here. There we go. We got that one. We can't break a right, unfortunately, and it's just a straight road. Ooh, star ornament. Oh shit, didn't even spot you. There's no enemy that's weak to this, so let's wait. I am curious to see how much faster this game's going to be by the time we're on the other end of it. So when we have like loads of E for speed boosts, when we have like extra attacks, when we can start later on the chain at the start of a fight, things like that. But I'm really curious to see like just how crazy it's going to get by the time we reach the end of the game. What is this building? There's something inside. Doesn't look like we can get through the fence. Ah, too bad. I thought it might have been to make a decent spot to take a break. Ow! I think you could break it open with your scythe. Worth a shot. I'd rather you didn't commit property damage in my heartscape. Thank you very much. Yeah, no, we can't interact with it. Can we do something with this? Let me just quickly go sneak over. A saw? So there's going to be a point where we're just going to unlock all of these and just be able to go crazy, like exploring extra parts of old dungeons. Aww. I like looking at the stars. Really? How come? Oh, I thought this conversation would be the other way around. Every night, they rise and shine down on us just like the day before. It's comforting. Stars make a lot more sense than people do. Wow. Yeah, I know it's weird. No, it's not weird. It's just, I didn't expect you to be such a romantic. Okay, so its attack's been delayed, but it is, yeah, you can see the red glow. It's charging up for some shit. Kill it, kill it, kill it. Okay, just before that hits us, please. Hey, 117. The chief?
準備はいい？さあどう動こう。くらえ。よし、私の番。くらえ。楽勝楽勝。負ける気がしないよ。えい。
It's the leitmotif again, but it's in a different way. But it's still there, just the pace is different. What, are you already saying I'm Two-Face? Or are you saying I'm Two-Face? Best not to look down. Just might make you more scared. We've got a boulder to push. Just gotta get this guy out of the way first. What do we get here? Nice. Okay. Yeah, come on, put your back into it. Come on. I can't read that. I can't read that. You never show your true feelings. There we go. Oh. I was like, what's over here to interact with? I can see it on the mini-map. Pebble. I have my eye on the mini-map more than I have my eye on the actual game screen, if I'm honest. Just because it tells you so much. Oh, okay, I interrupted that. I'll build it up to 150. Nice. You think? I want to get into another one-on-one before we wrap up this stream if I can help it, but I think they're only really going to show up in major bosses moving forward, just because of how quickly things get killed. We don't need to use the rat. We don't need to use the big boy heal. Nice. Oh, speaking of mini bosses, that might give us what we want. It's just one up ahead. Oh, it's just another one of them. Oh, there it is. Bing, 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 bong. I never know what you're thinking, Yuki. What? Everyone's always saying how straightforward I am. On the surface, maybe. What do you mean? You never show your true feelings. What? Are you saying I'm Two-Face? That's not what I mean. You've gotten to know me quite well, but I still don't feel as like that I truly know you. You think? I want to know the real you, Yuki. Aww. We've climbed pretty far up already and we're still not at the top. Ooh. Wonder if that's where we're going. This is pretty high. I can see everything for miles. Is that a lighthouse out there? What a view. I like it here. Best thing about living in the countryside is the scenery. Yeah, exactly. Dun, 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 dun. Is it just the same again, but two of them? Or like the slightly bigger versions? I think it is. Oh, Jesus Christ. Great mini-boss, guys. So I'm not critiquing, like, majorly, really. It's just another test. It's just kind of like, really? This is what they went for? Because it's already over. Like, that wasn't any more challenging than the last one of the mini-bosses. And I said before, I know why. It's because they're there to serve a purpose. They're level checkers. Been going for a while. Why don't we take a break? Alright then, you better keep your promise. Right, we can't get up there. Annoyingly. Alright, bit of monkey bar action. Go on, show your muscle mass. Yuki, let's go see the stars sometime. Can we take a break? Oh, is there going to be an ongoing thing that the higher we get up, the more people go, let's stop, please? Alright, now it's not going to get to do anything. God, look how slow that knockdown recovery is. Look at it. I'll say it's because it's still charging that attack, isn't it? It's just... So it's still moving, it's just been interrupted. Oh dear, my arms are about to explode. What I'll probably do off screen for like the Riser stuff, so we can continue it next stream, is actually go back in there, not grind the enemies so much, but just grind the resources. Put us in a position where we can continue and just kind of burn through everything. So when we come back to it, we can get more of it done. So instead of the stop and start, we kind of got this stream, but we really didn't spend much time and or make much progress in it before we kind of like was shown the door. Need a saw for it. Okay, so when we get saws, we're going to go crazy in here. So we need at least 2. Potentially 3 if this third one's going to ask for one as well. That's a rock, it's not going to ask for a saw. Can't do anything yet because it's all glitchy. Okay, so that one's just a wait, come back later. Let's top her up. Let's see what happens first. The enemy dies or that bar fills up. Oh, just barely. That gun, yeah, I said that shot's gonna do it. So pick up that. There's a recipe to pick up there. Any bets that's the saw? It probably won't be, but we can hope. If it is, I'm leaving immediately to go make some. Scary. Okay, I'll be there. We're building arm strength, right? Huh? Sweet gunpowder. What the fuck? Still no unique stealth sections. I'm pretty sure the only one we got was that bit of tutorializing it. Tragically. The only main one we got. All the rest we got are like side quests, which aren't really the same. So just kind of slap a box around an area you've already been to or two, and then avoid the enemies now. Doesn't quite have the same impact. Yuki, let's go see the stars sometime. Sounds great! I've never done stargazing or anything. I know a place with a really great view. Really? I'm excited. Alright then, you better keep your promise. And if I don't, you'll have to swallow 1,000 needles, of course. Scary! Okay, I'll be there. That's stupid. That's something I've really come around to. You get like these no context lines floating around, and then when you find a context for them, they're always so different. You can make fuel. That's actually pretty fucking nice. There's a lot of components we haven't been able to upgrade. Okay. It might not have been the saw I was hoping for, but that's still pretty good too. Nice. Still no level up skills. They don't exist anymore. Wait, I'll hold off. Gotta wait for it to get to 1500. Boop, and then I can do that. Oh, I was kind of feel bad for the thing after that attack. Oh, what was that? It was like a Gen 8 Pokemon animation level of just kind of worthless. Nice. You're directly staring at it, so I have to go around. Of course you fucking turned around. Of course you did. Oh. I thought the enemy was designed to be like that. Which would have made sense, because, you know, it's blocking a gold item, so it would have been something more helpful. It's okay, we're nearly there. Hey, John. Are you doing well on this fine Saturday? We spent some time on the DLC dungeon, but it's blocked off in parts, I guess to stop you from just like burning through it and getting really powerful shit too early. So we're kind of like starter stepping it, because essentially you have to make shit in a cauldron that then opens up more spaces, and it requires resources that I could get, but it'd be quite a grind to get. So I've said we'll do the main plot, which is what we're doing now. We're in Reina's memories, or Reina's Heartscape. Which is really charming because all of Reina's memories involve Yuki, implying they had a really strong friendship, strong enough that it's the most prominent memory Reina has before she lost her memories of everything that's happening. All the memories so far have had Yuki in them. Yuki must have been a really important person to you, Reina. An important person? Yeah, though it's only speculation for now. That's right, Miyuchi? Kinjo and I mean, Yuki. Oh, she actually used their first name. Her first name. Yuki, Love you. What? Are they a couple? Were they a couple before they lost their memories? Huh? I want to get closer to you, Yuki. I want to know more about you. Huh? Is that because they said that she wanted to meet under the stars and it was something important? That was the memory we last got. She confessed her love. Oh, whoa. A memory, Reina. Yeah. I was in love with Yuki. So that's how it was. Is it okay for us to have seen something so personal? That sure was surprising. Yuki's like, oh, I don't remember that. What the fuck am I supposed to do now? It'll be especially confusing for Yuki since she doesn't remember anything. Yuki, do you? Do you not remember? I'm sorry. I see. Right. Reina, are you okay? I truly loved her. How could I have forgotten something so important to me? I wasn't expecting that, to be honest. That's really fucking cute. Like the ultimate, like, the straight man, kind of like cold, blunt, and to the point, was in love with the kooky prankster girl. That's really cute. I wasn't expecting that. How could I have forgotten something so important to me? You know. I hope Yuki remembers and they couple up. Then I hope they actually like I want to see them like wandering around the school holding hands and shit. Come on. Let's keep moving. These feelings that I have, I need them. Oh, I wasn't expecting it to be this sweet. I need them back. Oh. Yeah. So she wants to feel that, understand more of that love again. Oh, they better fucking couple up. If we actually ended this and like Yuki doesn't feel the same, I'm gonna be so pissed. Let them be gay and happy, you know? There's so many pieces of so goddamn pieces of media, but it's like it's a fucking trope where it's like if they're gay, one of them has to, something bad has to happen to one of them. They're not allowed to be happy, and especially because they're both girly. It's not doing that other fucking trope that gets annoying with gay characters, where one of them has to act masculine. You know, one of them has to be a tomboy. No, it's just two kooky girlies who like each other. You know, oh, that makes me so happy. Oh, I hope it works out. It better fucking work out, game. No more Yuri baiting. Just let two girls like each other. Oh. Oh god, okay, this mini boss is actually a threat. Okay, this mini boss is actually a threat. Heal up. So if you can hear like the odd sound of people doing their gardening in the background, it's a very, very warm day. And so, you know, people are doing it, and I don't want to like close windows and whatnot. They better fucking hook up, man. Oh, what's happening? Oh shit, okay. Let's do this. And can you like top her up, please? Okay, I'm glad I got it. Imagine if I didn't. I'm glad I put the group defense guard up. It's like the game heard me. I was saying literally only a few minutes ago that this game feels like it's getting a bit too easy. Yeah, use that on our healer. And then have our healer... Oh, okay, no, she auto did it already, never mind. I'll leave her to it. But yeah, we're streaming this for probably well, until the end of this dungeon at least, because I need to see. I need to see if anything happens between Reina and Yuki after that. Jesus Christ, that's an amazing finisher. But then, like I said, like I was saying earlier, tomorrow I'm taking off, just to kind of chill off. Monday is going to be Castlevania. And we will come back to this game, but it might be a couple streams before we get there. Because Monday will be Castlevania. We're still not certain on when it will drop in the UK time zone because of, you know, the delays and whatnot affecting the usual pattern. But Genshin is the next update is either on Tuesday or Wednesday. So whichever day it's on, we'll be doing that. If it's on the Wednesday, we'll do more Vania on Tuesday, because I doubt we'll get Symphony of the Night done in one stream. And then after that, after the Genshin stream, or streams, because I don't know how long it will take me to get through it all, we'll come back to this. So it'll be like a week or so before we come back to this. After this stream, which is why I kind of want to see the end of this little storyline with Reina. And I'll obviously do some grinding off screen. And fucking wrap up V3. Thank 100% completion on V3. I'm so close. I just need to do 10 more floors of the Despair Dungeon. And then, like, hold the circle button for 3 fucking hours, probably. To grind out every single character's ultimate talent plan. So you've got one on each character, because that's a trophy. And then I just need to hit level 99 in the main story. So I'm like level 91. And I'll just load up a random free time event. Or free time mode where you can run around. And then just put an elastic band on my controller or something. Which I didn't have to do in 2 for the record. In 2, I hit the level cap pretty quick. But in V3, I've done everything in the main game. 100% did absolutely everything. And somehow I'm still like level 91. I'm still far off it. Anyway. What a beautiful place. Stars. This must be a place from your memories too. Yeah. This is where I... My phone? Yuki. I'm sorry, I'm sending too many messages, aren't I? Reina, she doesn't know what to do with herself. Aww. This is... The messages sent themselves. She doesn't know what to do. You didn't send these, did you, Reina? No, I didn't. Aww. Aww. She doesn't... her heart's all over the place. She doesn't know what to do. She's just remembered, like, all these feelings of love, and it's just exploding everywhere. Aww. I hope Yuki's doing okay as well, because Yuki has no memory of this. She hasn't got her memories back yet. I wonder if that's why Yuki can't fight. Because Reina's love for Yuki that was buried in her memories made her act as like almost like a protector. So that's why Reina's also so defensive based. Like, she's got such high defensive stats and support stats, because she's protecting Yuki. Like, mentally protecting Yuki, so it's stopping Yuki from accessing her weapons and fighting with them, because it's her, like, it's in her heart to do so. When I told you how I felt, you told me you didn't know what to do. You said to wait until you had an answer. But, so if I'm being annoying, I'll stop if you want. Just please say something. But you never did. You didn't even open my messages. Oh, you completely vanished from my world, Yuki. Yuki? Yuki, why didn't you reply to her? I don't know. I don't know, okay? Yuki. I wonder what happened to Reina after that. I looked everywhere for Yuki. I had to know how she felt. Even if she ended up hating me, even though I knew she would never return my feelings. In the end, all I wanted was to hear her answer. From my own lips. But I don't know what happened after that. Oh. Yuki, I think I know what happens. I think Yuki being so carefree and whatnot, the idea of commitment scared her. You know, like the idea of having someone in her life like that, and not just be, you know, jumping around all over the place as friends with friends. It scared her and she ran away. But now we're in a situation where she's gonna have to face it head on whether she likes it or not. Because where's she gonna run away to? The school home base that we all fucking live in? You know, she's gonna have to face it. Just please, Yuki, for the love of God. For the love of God, accept her feelings when we get to it. We have no choice but to get her memories back. I just hope they'll be okay. Oh, don't do this to me, the Gust. Don't do this to me, dev team. Don't ruin this. Don't make it that it doesn't work out or whatnot. Let these two love each other, or let them to love each other. It's amazing. Definitely worth the climb to get here. Is this place real? I mean, does it exist in our world? Yeah, if you climb up the mountain from that beach, you'll get to this place exactly like this. Now, the real version isn't as shiny, of course. It's definitely the kind of place you would never forget. Oh, Yuki. Do you like this place too, Yuki? Yeah, I think I do. Yeah, she's very subdued from her usual self. That was such a cool plot twist, at least to me. I genuinely wasn't expecting. I was like, oh, she was really close friends with Yuki. I thought that was going to be the twist, that they knew each other from before. Not that the twist was actually Reina is like deeply fell in love with her. But, even if they don't hook up at the end of this dungeon, I just hope Yuki can address it, and it doesn't get something that's dropped that she's just too awkward to, and the game says, oh well, I guess we'll have to try and get it out of her later. No, that's what kind of breeds hatred or obsession, and you kind of saw it in those messages. That because she didn't get an answer, Reina either could get scared, or she could she could let it devour her soul until she got an answer, and it did the latter. It completely absorbed her life by the looks of it, that she didn't get the answer. Do you think that's why they're college kids and not high school kids? Because I've talked about it before, about how, like, I always want these games to kind of age up the cast a little bit, so as they could tell slightly more mature or slightly more grounded stories here and there, that they maybe are hesitant to do because they're younger. Do you think that's what this is? Because they're college kids, it's so they can tell a story like this with the characters and not worry about them being too young or things like that. And the thing is, it's not even the first time they've done this in this series. Because there was that girl who, like, the fashion girl, like, Shin something? Her name slips my mind, it's been a bit. And it was, like, hopelessly in love with Hina. It was just, that was just more for, like, aw, look how much she loves. Do you know where Yuki, I mean, the Kinjo's house? Oh, yeah, she went, it looked everywhere for her. I just hope she didn't go full yandere. We can hope. Oh, no, she's on her own. Excuse me, do you know where Yuki... I mean, the Kinjo's house is? They moved here recently, I think. Yuki, where did you go? Yuki. You did more damage than you realised by not answering it. Without you, I... Oh, she really, really, really loved her. Oh, no. With how annoyed Reina always tends to get at Yuki in the game, I think that's what made it even more. Like, those two banter with each other the most, so I guess that was the foreshadowing that they had more history with each other than they realised. But I just didn't... Oh. I just didn't expect that. This was why I'm still talking about it. I didn't expect it. I'm smiling so much because it's so sweet. I just want it to work out for them. And the thing is, the reason why I have more hope that it will work out is because this game is always like these games have such a push, like empathy and understanding. It's like they want these games to feel positive. Like even the first game, even though it was a bit bittersweet with Yuzu and Lime, they were still remembered. They like everything still got to happen. Hina still got to live the life that she wanted, you know. So it's like it still was a very happy ending. It's like, please give them a happy ending. Why did you disappear without even saying goodbye? Aww. I just wanted it to be like in my head, I'm just like, I just want Yuki to like turn around and be like, I don't know how I felt before, but I'm at least prepared to answer you now, kind of thing. Because I say, because Yuki doesn't, this isn't her Heartscape, so Yuki doesn't have any memory, nor will she probably gain any memories of any of this from us being here. She can only rely entirely on how Reina saw everything, and how Reina remembers everything. But I just kind of wanted to be like, at least give the girl a chance. You know? But then I'm worried that if they do go down that road, when Yuki gets her memories back, maybe there's a reason why she ran away, other than, you know, just fear of commitment. And I don't want them to spoil a good thing. I want them to be happy, damn it. Not every game has to have like the love story go wrong. It's okay to just have them hook up. And for the love of God, don't make it like wait until like the credits before we see if anything happens. I want to actually see them function as a couple. That's like the most. I get it, but it's the most annoying fucking trope for me. Who loves these kind of like that kind of piece of story. Make them fall for each other during, not at the very end. Because I want to actually see how they function as a couple when they are together, not just. You know, not just, oh, they then had a happy ever after kind of thing. Like, no, how were they as a happy ever after? So even recent stories did that. Like, Tales of Arise, oh my god. Like, the setup they do for, like, the main couple of that game, without spoiling anything, it's going to be somewhat loose. Just only for it to pay off, then the credits immediately roll. I was like, come on. They've been setting this up since almost, like, the opening credits. And they waited till the literal credits screen. No, I wanted to see them function as a couple. I don't understand you, Yuki. I want the reason like she ran away is that like she did love her back, but was scared of like doing something wrong, you know? Like I want it, like my head canon is like, please just make it as sweet and as happy as possible out of all this. I can't find you anywhere. Why did you disappear without even saying goodbye? I don't understand. Oh, she's crying. Without you, And the thing is, when I think back to the earlier memories when we was in this, the hint that she had a crush and that crush started to grow was there. I just didn't click it at first. Like, all the things Reina didn't like, she was suddenly at least trying out and humouring when Yuki brought it up. Like, she was at least prepared to give her a chance on things. And then there was things like I feel like I've told you everything about me, but I don't really know that much about you. Oh, excuse me, can I ask you something? So it's like there was the implication there. It's like she's interested in learning more about her. Like there was hints that there was a growing crush. Now that I think about it, which is how a good twist should be. It should be when you actually take a step back and think about it, you go, oh. Okay, there is stuff to pick up over here. I'm just so nervous that it's not going to have a happy end. What a view. Hey, look! That star. Whoa! I looked for anyone who knew Yuki. After a week of searching, I finally found someone. A woman who lived in the neighborhood. Oh, that family. They moved here for their daughter's medical treatment. What, really? So they weren't just moving to a new house? They came to get away from a place where the ash was particularly bad, see? That big hospital over there. They were going there for tests. Tests? It seems their daughter tested positive for the ash syndrome. Ash syndrome? The whole family had to move to a different facility because of all the treatment she needed. Oh, that's why she's so, like, small and weak. She was sick. Facility? Where? I'm sorry, but that's all I know. Ash syndrome. What? Oh, Jesus Christ. A demon! I'm sure we've all got a million questions, but we have to take care of this guy first. Oh, Yuki. Incoming! Oh, you're a big guy. Jesus. Okay. Well, just like everything else, you're weak to the red. I don't know what these elements are called, if I'm honest. I imagine it works similar to how it was in the first game, where it was like the punch and pierce and slash. Yeah, because that's a sword. That looks like a slam down, so that might be like blunt attack. Oh no, shock. Okay, it's weak to shock. The only thing I'm worried about is if that like near obsessive part of Reina is part of her memories, will that start to influence Reina's mind now, sort of thing? Like, will she start to be a little bit more pestering of Yuki, or will she start like doting on her a lot, or will she like demand an answer even though Yuki has no memory of it? Things like that's what I'm worried about. Oh shit, okay, let's wait for it to get close. Yeah, wait for it to get close. Wait for it to get... Okay, now. Because otherwise if we do it too soon, it'll wear off before it goes up. Nice. Ah, just barely off time. Ooh, all allies HP. That no, we only need single. Beat it. Yeah. Reina, Yuki. I remember now. I went to the local hospital to ask about Yuki. Excuse me. I believe there's a girl here by the name of Yuki Kinjo. I'm sorry, who might you be? I'm her friend, Reina Miyachi. Miyachi? Oh, it's you. I thought you'd actually come. Then she's here? Where is she? Apologies, but I can't disclose any information about our patients. Is that so? Though I do have a note from Yuki. She expected that you would come. What? Here. Please forget about me. I know there's someone out there who will love you, Reina. Oh, Yuki. Reina. I knew I wouldn't be able to see her. It hurts so much. But you didn't hate me. You knew you'd have to go to that facility someday. That's why you told me you were sick. That's why you never told me you were sick. You didn't want me to worry. Your lie was a kind one. Yeah, something they foreshadowed as well. At the start, she went, because Reina said, I don't understand why anyone would lie. And Yuki said, well, there are such things as kind lies. I guess it was. And that's the end of this dungeon. Well, we still need to get one more fragment, but yeah. Oh. That was when I made up my mind. No matter how long it took, years, decades, as long as there was no cure for Ash syndrome. I'll find it myself. I'll cure Yuki. She never let her love go. Even after the rejection. Okay, let's hope that doesn't go poorly for her. Cure Yuki, you mean... Everyone, I need to talk to you about something. You realise something? It's about Ash and Ash syndrome. I joined an organisation that researches the Ash. That's where I became a reflector. New talent types when unlocked in Reina's talents. I'll find a cure, trophy unlocked. Okay, we need to get back to base and see where this is going, but let me nab this first. Yeah, I don't think anyone's moved here recently. Oh, okay. Sorry, good luck. Oh, excuse me, could I ask you something? The Kinjos? Yeah, I know them. They were my neighbours. Huh? Are you serious? Wow, okay, can you tell me about them? What? That's the end of the dungeon? There's still so much to run through! And we need that, because that's a craftable. Please work out for them. I haven't wanted something more in a while. Just fucking work out for them. It's been a long while since I've just really wanted something to work out for a character this bad. I'm literally just like almost praying, like, please just have this work out for them in the end. Because Yuki never said no. It was just Yuki didn't want her to worry, so tried to encourage her away. Well, let's see what's over here, and then we'll leave. And then after we've seen that, I will, and we've had our heart either restored or broken, depending how it goes, I will then wrap up. Okay, can't do that yet. Vent propeller. And it's why, because I know all the tracks have the leitmotif anyway, but it's why it's so much more prominent in this, because it was a more significant moment. Like, this is a more significant dungeon in the narrative for their relationship and whatnot. It's a great place to have a table and benches. Yeah, I'd love to have some tea and unwind at a comfy spot like this. I mean, we can manage making something like this at the school, no? No way. There's a reason that this table is here. Surrounded by nature, flowers blooming all around, air so fresh you want to soak in it forever. It has to be a place like this. Yeah, if we were to replicate this at the school, we'd have to turn the courtyard into a garden. Oh! Wait, are you two actually... Oh, I was going to come up saying new quest idea. Guessing we can't do anything with this either. No, okay. It's quite a big space of us to not be able to do anything. And the thing is, this dungeon ended up being probably the most significant one we've done so far, because we learnt about 2 characters in our party at once. Yet only one of them remembers it, but it's like, yeah, we learned about Shio in Coco's memory, but we didn't know Shio at all. We hadn't met her yet, and it's like we had a little bit of an advantage when it was Hina, I suppose, because we knew her from the first game, but this was the first instance of us, we already directly know that character. You know, look, we've already spent a lot of time with Yuki. And so I feel like it's like, for the sake of like, it's not just a character and then a bit of someone else that we learn of. It's we're learning of 2 characters, but through one person's perspective. It always makes me more curious for Yuki's memory whenever we eventually go through it, of what her perspective of everything was, and how she remembers everything. If there's like subtle differences, or if she saw Reina under a different light or whatever. The game's saying I can interact with this. There we go. I have to find the right position. Why do you always say that? And Reina's just gonna say no one will. Yeah. Hammer! We need that. That's for Hina's dungeon. We can finally open a bit there once we make it. Nice. And hopefully one of them will give us a sword to open up more over here. But that is everything. So let us return back and talk to Reina. Okay, there's nothing else going on. Let's just go. I'm gonna go see if I can make a hammer first. Craft. Fucking wooden planks. Can I make warm sand? Okay, gotta leave. Monday. Monday's my next stream. I'm taking tomorrow off, and we're gonna do Castlevania on Monday. And then he said either on Tuesday or Wednesday. I'm going to be streaming both Tuesday and Wednesday. It's just I don't know which day is going to be Genshin. If it ends up being Wednesday, we'll do Morvania on Tuesday. But as I said, tomorrow I'm chilling. And I need the sharp sand for other stuff. I could use yeah, I can use some of them though. But you take care, dude. Okay, no. I don't want to go through all of my waterproofs. I want to have a few of them still. Okay, see ya. Yeah, take care, dude. Nice. Now from here we can make more planks. Make 9. Nice, and from here we can make some hammers. I'll make 3. Hammer! Nice, now we can break some things. Jeez, how many fuels can we make? I'll make 7. Alright, let's go see if there's a repairability in this relationship. About how I became a reflector. I think I should explain things in order. We'll see this scene and then I'll wrap up. You mean what happened after you were separated from Yuki? Yes, I looked into the facility where Yuki was checked into, and about Ash syndrome itself. As Kasuga said, it was a new disease that emerged after the ash started falling. It had no cure. Because of this, only a small number of facilities specialized in Ash syndrome. As I looked more into it, I discovered that the facilities were all affiliated with one organization. The only way I was going to see Yuki again was to get information from that organization. To that end, I decided to apply for a part-time job there. For some reason, they had me take a test, and I discovered I had the aptitude to be a reflector. They then gave me this ring. They told me that they wanted me to use it to guard people's emotions. Guard people's emotions? I didn't understand either, but to join the organization I had to accept. So I told them I'd do it. And I became a reflector. Just for Yuki. It turned out to be the right choice. I was given special privileges as a reflector, and I learned plenty from the organization. As it turned out, the organization was conducting research on the ash. An organization researching the ash? That's right. It was called AASA. That's right, I belong to AASA as well. You too? I didn't know Utsubo, but there were many reflectors that belonged to AASA. Did you learn anything about Yuki? No, I was never granted permission to view files with personal information. I'd occasionally see what I could find while no one was watching, but I believe I didn't find anything of use. Did you find anything about the ash? The ash is a substance which carries energy. This energy greatly inhibits the flow of one's life force and vitality. When a person inhales the ash, they soon develop a fever and cough. The symptoms progress until the patient's organs fail. That is Ash syndrome. Currently, there are no scientific explanation for the origin of the ash that suddenly began falling worldwide. There are theories that God itself is trying to end the world. Such talk sparked a global panic. I'm sorry, that's everything I can remember. No, this is fantastic. Now we have a better idea of what's going on outside. To think that the situation out there was that awful. I know what it's like now. Can I ask something? I've been wondering about this for a while. Shio? Of course, what is it? It's about Yuki. Ash syndrome has no cure, right? But Yuki seems just fine, no fever or cough. Wouldn't that mean that a cure has been found? You mean that the AASA found a cure for Ash syndrome and cured Yuki, yeah? Yeah. Though we still don't know if Miyachi was ever able to see Yuki again. At the very least, the Yuki here is healthy. That's a fact, isn't it? True, you may be right. In that case, that means there is some kind of strategy to deal with the ash. That's true. Why do we have to take the shelter? That's right, if there'd been a cure, there would have been no need. Then was this some kind of threat other than the ash? Maybe they found a cure for ash syndrome, but couldn't take down all the monsters created by the ash or something. Like the one that came out of the crack? Sorry, I may have celebrated a bit too soon. Still, I believe that AASA were getting close to the truth about this world. AASA was looking for reflectors, and here are a group of reflectors gathered together. I see, then at this rate, as long as we get the other reflectors' memories back, we may find AASA and the truth about this world. Yeah. We're finally starting to see some progress. Please! Chapter 5, What Sounds at Twilight. I was like, please, just have a moment and stop glitching out so much. Have a moment with Yuki and Reina. Doesn't look good. Yeah, looks like recovering that memory had an effect. Though it doesn't look like it will become a crack yet. Hint hint, next chapter. Recovering memories. Shio, are you okay? There's something that's been bothering me. I missed my chance with everything that's happened. What is it? About my friend. I was part of an 8-person team. For some reason, there's one person I can't recall. You mean that there's a blank spot in your memory? That's right. We haven't got all of our memories back though, right? That's true. We still don't even know how we got to this world after all. Now that you mention it, it is strange how it's just one person you don't remember. I don't think it's natural for someone to just completely forget about a specific person. I suppose you have a point. Maybe it means something. Maybe. Why don't we try to dig a little deeper into Shio's old team? Shio, are there any places or anything that might remind you of them? Let's jog that memory! Time for the Extreme School Makeover Planning Committee! That might work. I'll think of something. My team. I just hope everyone is safe. Flowery dreams and sharpshooting practice have been proposed. Which is like, I wanted to ask you something. Oh god, we got a whole line of quests. One time, everyone on the team hung out on the day off. I believe we went to a nearby festival. I do remember there being plans for a festival including the other days of the school makeover. Maybe able to remember something else. Okay. Hey, over here. What's up? Oh, I have to go see her. Tell me, Miss Owl. What do you see when you look at the school building, pray tell? A school building, madam? I see a blank canvas, my dear girl. Does it not tickle your artistic spirit? Which brings me to my request. Help me make a bunch of paint. Uh-oh. You've awoken to a love of painting, huh? Are you sure it's a good idea to graffiti the building? It'll be fine. I'm sure everyone will love what I paint. Wouldn't it be more interesting than this plain old building? I guess so. Alright, let's try making some paint. Yes, this is gonna be great. Uh-oh, I know that face. She's plotting something. Day. I want to ask you a favour. What's up? I was thinking that I want some lights. It's really dark around the school at night. Okay, let's have some street lights. I was thinking more like stone lanterns. Oh, you got taste, huh? I prefer the light of fire, the light of a fire to electric. It feels comforting. That makes sense. I think I've heard that the movement of a flame has a calming effect on people. So yeah, maybe the lanterns can help relax everyone. Okay, let's get started then. Pressed hint. Date. Oh, I'd like to ask you a favour. Yes, McRainer? That's unusual. There's a place I'd like to draw. Would you mind joining me? A place? The deepest part of my heartscape. You want to go all the way there? I want to sketch the view there. You're the only one I can ask. When you put it that way, how can I say no? Alright, you can count on me. Thank you. I'll leave the dates for next time. Oh, it's a sneak quest. Okay. But the dates we'll do next time, but all this dungeon crawling we'll do in the... So my mind's gone blank something, so we'll do in the next stream. Let me just check what we can make. Okay, Flowery Dreams is the plot one. I think. No, actually, I think Flowery Dreams is the thing we talked about. When, we had that random scene, it's like, hey, they want to make something. I think that's what it is. Okay, it's not what I was hoping it would be. Okay, this looks a little weird. I will worry about that later then. And then she wants this. I'll worry about all that in my own time. I've got to figure out where places fucking go. And what I'm prepared to, like, swap out just for these quests. But I'm going to wrap it up here. Oh, I haven't got new skills. Okay, more fragment. Okay, all these. Fragment. And knock down resist. Oh, and that. Oh, and more fragments, okay. Is this how we're going to unlock the 4th talent, do you think? Doing this extra bit for Shio? Anyway. We'll come back to this game eventually, but there'll be other stuff to be streaming in the week, but we will get back to this. Let me just save. This stream ended up... It's kind of bittersweet, because it's like, I want to see more of what's going on with Reina and Yuki. I really, 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 really hope they couple up. I can't stress enough. That's like priority 1 and only. It's like, I hope they couple up. But until then, as always, thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. Till then, though, peace. Please hook up. Please.